Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having an awesome Thursday. Welcome to the beautiful Gowrie Dam in the Sabi Sands, and welcome to Escape to Nature. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully, you will be spending all of Escape to Nature with us today. We've got two beautiful saddle-built storks. But before we talk about them, my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And yes, I am super excited for what today may hold. Even if we see a lot of mammals and birds, even if we don't see that many, I know it's going to be a super day. And of course, I refer to these as the jester birds. Looks like something out of the medieval times. And you can see they are just taking it easy, enjoying the breeze. And I don't know who of you have ever actually seen a juvenile saddle-built stork. It's not very impressive. I was just looking at my bird app and I realized I hadn't seen one, so I wanted to look it up. It's really not a pretty bird. And then, like a butterfly, they flourish into these beauties. But always such a pleasure to see them. Of course, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please do send through your questions, your comments, anything you might have for the day. And I myself am very, very excited for today because, if it's all right with all of you, we are going to be chatting about movies. So I thought we shall chat a bit about movies and films about animals, but in particular animations. I know everyone loves a good animation. These birds actually look like an animation if you ask me. These birds and oxpecker, I don't know what it is about them, but it looks like, I don't know, it almost looks fake. So, if you would like to chat with me, let me know what is your favorite film about animals or conservation or your favorite animation. Let me know so we can get this started. Crystal loves SA. I love SA as well. Thank you so much for your comment, Crystal. That is beautiful. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it's wonderful to hear from all of you. I really enjoy when you send us questions and comments. Of course, not just myself. We all really appreciate it and love it when you chat to us. For the most part, it confirms that we are not crazy and talking to ourselves. But of course, we love being able to chat about animals and conservation, all of that. So I really am looking forward to today. Hopefully these storks will get active today. Move around, look for some fish. Or perhaps some amphibians that they can find in the water. But let me know, what is your favorite film about animals? Or perhaps an animation? Of course, the all-time favorite, I think, for me personally, from what I've heard and seen, is Lion King, the original though. No offense, the newer one was, or the latest one was good, but let's be honest, the original Lion King was brilliant. It seems like it is very windy in Gowrie or in Djuma today. However, it's not as bad as yesterday. Whew. Needed a parachute. Anyway, let's have a look at today's weather and see what we can expect. And if you were not able to join us last night on Sunset Safari, we had the ghost himself, Mulwati, the beautiful leopard, coming down for a drink. And one of our Zoomies actually commented. They said they heard a piglet squealing and they're not sure what happened, but there's definitely something that is in the area. So we suspect that Mulwati most probably made a warthog kill or piglet kill. And I've literally been checking every single tree to see if I can't see something wasted. Sadly, nothing yet. That's all right. We will just embrace and appreciate everything that we see today. It's very cloudy today. I'm not sure if I like this. Perhaps I do. I think the naturalists in Juma definitely appreciate it. James, Cedric, you guys are probably loving this, so you are not overheating. And if you are wondering why we are chatting about movies today, it's something I thought yesterday, would just be a good discussion overall. And of course, we will delve deeper and deeper as we go along today in Escape to Nature on why we are discussing it, why it's actually super relevant to all of us as wildlife enthusiasts, and why we relate so much with animals. Pangolins galore. I love your name. I wish they were galore. You are saying any David Attenborough show about nature is fantastic. Agreed. I second that. I absolutely agree with you. Nothing like a good David Attenborough show, whether it's, for kids or for adults. It really is always so brilliant to watch anything that he presents. He's such a passionate individual, and I really love learning from him too. Thank you for that one. Just want to have a look-see around. Oh, seems like we've got some impalas. Michelle, good morning. You are saying, hands down, your favorite is Gorillas in the Mist. This is going to sound horrible. I've never seen that. I don't know why. I just never have gotten to it. I know it's a horrible excuse. I promise. I will definitely make time for it this weekend. I've heard a lot about it. Don't personally know it, but definitely will look into it. Thank you, Michelle. That's nice, Impala. And then Crystal loves SA. You are saying The Last Unicorn. I assume that is an animation. I also have not I've not heard of that. That is The Last Unicorn. I'm taking that as about rhinos? No? You see, I too am learning today. I thought I'm a film fundi, and obviously I'm not. I will definitely have to do some research and some couch slouching this weekend. My better half is definitely in for a surprise. He thinks we are just going to slouch on the couch and watch some action-packed films. He always wants to watch that goodness. Surprise! We are not doing that. We are watching Animals About films this weekend. Very vigilant. And we really do have to pay attention to them. It was an impala last night that alerted us about Mulwati again when he still stuck around in the drainage line and actually came onto the dam wall. They will always have their eyes peeled. Of course, they can smell various things. And they are always listening for any alarm calls from birds, perhaps monkeys, baboons. And I, for one, am not going to be complaining if we do get to see a predator today. But even if we don't, all of this is just so amazing. Very interesting that it's just these two individuals. I have not seen any others around. Very interesting. Just two of them. No other friends. Let me see if we can find some animals. Come on, everybody. Put out your positive energy so we can lure some animals. Animals, good morning. Come, come. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. I guess we can't say that. The herbivores don't really eat eggs and bacon. Bacon. Oh, look at that. You see, we are winning at life. Gosh, now I actually feel bad that I said eggs and bacon, as we have a warthog at the waterhole. So we've got some beautiful nyalas. Of course, the male on the right-hand side, and then the females in the middle, and then a warthog. Good morning. Thank you for arriving. We appreciate all of you. Very odd that this warthog is by itself. And again, this is something we see frequently with a lot of, especially your vegetarian animals, your herbivores. Of because none of them are going to try and go for each other or to try and hunt or eat each other, so they can actually coexist peacefully. They can alert each other when there is in fact a predator. For me personally, if I was an animal, that could potentially become a meal to any predator, I would definitely hang out with nyalas. They've got a super loud bark when they do in fact spot a predator. Either that or a kudu. I guess the impalas are also pretty good, but it's quite tricky coming up to this season, rutting season. You'll hear a lot of the snorting from the impalas, and often people can sometimes mistake that for alarm calls. Always listening. I wonder if Mawati is actually still in the area. Of course, we know that he did have a good meal yesterday. But with predators, they are definitely opportunistic. That is actually exactly where Mawati went in yesterday when he had his drink of water. And I wonder, can they smell it? Is it something that sort of fades over time, those pheromones and scents from the predators? Because obviously they do smell each other. A predator definitely knows, ooh, I smell a nice steak. And the prey animals definitely know, oh goodness, I smell a chef around. But perhaps it faded. They don't seem too worried. Let us have a look-see and see if we can spend some time with our beautiful saddle-billed storks. They really are just taking it easy. It's almost like they are just trying to heat up for the day. Those are leaves. A magic guarri bush. Very cool bush in the bush. And the tiny bird on the island, that is a pied wagtail. Pied wagtail, because they've got the... Ooh, look at that. You see, they've got a very jiggy tail. They always look happy. That was a nice yawn. I'm just trying to sex these saddle-billed storks because a female has got that bright yellow eye, which is the one closest to us and the most obscure to us, and then a male has sort of more a brownish eye. Just trying to see. Our sticky bird, goodness. Lisa, focus. Our sticky note birds. Rashawn, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if I watch a lot of animal documentaries. I'm ashamed to say not enough. I definitely know I should watch way more. And it's definitely also something, a goal of mine, not just because it's a new year, but I know I should definitely watch more. But I do watch them. I love them. But I don't think you can ever watch enough. It's really, I have to say, that is one thing I admire about my 8-year-old niece. Sometimes, she says, let's watch something. And I'm like, oh, we're probably going to watch a 3-hour YouTube video now of some gamer live streaming or something, because apparently that's what kids watch these days. And then she'll actually watch a documentary, you know, whether it's David Attenborough or whatever is on and available. They've actually got really, really interesting programs nowadays for kids where you can interact and sort of choose the answers, which is what I love about our back to school section now as well, you know, being able to chat to the kids and to hear their questions. I always find it so fascinating delving into the brain of a child, especially when it comes to animals. But Rashawn, sadly not enough. I promise I will do better, or at least try to do better. I think that one at the back. Yes, that's a male. There we are. It is a couple. Honey, would you like some tea? Yes, dear. Funky looking birds. I like them. Hopefully getting up now to start their hunting for the day. Looking for anything that might be in the water, from fish to amphibians. Ooh, look at all of the Egyptian geese. Of course, it is our wonderful family, and these tiny ones are just growing up way too fast. I don't think I can deal with it anymore. You see, this is also why I don't have children. They grow up too fast. There's not enough time in the world for me to annoy them. But remember to please let me know what is your favorite animation or film or documentary about animals. I don't know who of you have seen that film, My Octopus Teacher. Oh my goodness. Just have a box of tissues ready. It's a brilliant film. If you have not seen it, please look into it. It is absolutely fantastic and super educational. I learned so much. But please do let me know what is your favorites. Something that you can perhaps watch on end over and over again. I myself have probably seen Lion King, the original, just over 500 times perhaps. No, I'm kidding, not that many. Perhaps 450 times. Pangolins galore. You would like to know why have there not been many sightings of marabou storks recently? And you know, I myself have been wondering this a lot too, because they do occur in this area. And you know, especially with the kills we've been having, although we haven't had that many kills that have actually been terrestrial or on the ground, because of course for the most part, they are like jackals and vultures and hyenas. They'll go to a carcass and feed off it on the ground. Hopefully while the predator is either sleeping or if they've perhaps left a carcass. But I have no idea. It's a very, very, very good question. And definitely I've been wondering something too. And it's not like they don't occur in this area. They are quite abundant. The reserve I used to work on formerly is not too far from here, actually. I think it's about an hour's drive, hour and a half. And also part of the Greater Kruger. And there they have a lot of marabou storks. But that being said, you know, sometimes you go weeks on end seeing them, and other times you go for quite some time without seeing them. So they really, of course, they traverse, they go to various areas. They're quite abundant in Kruger itself as well, the national park. But they're birds, they move around. Wherever there's food, that's where they'll go.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Dee's whispering my ear. Didn't they have baboons in George of the Jungle? Gosh, I haven't seen that film probably in a good 20 years. That is also, I will see no one this weekend. I will just be glued to my TV screen, catching up with all these films. Oh, just look at that little one. You know, I'm not fond of these animals, but that is cute. Let's be honest. Just look at those little ears. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to nurse here. You're sort of, excuse me. So the reason I wanted to talk about movies today, one thing that I've actually, it's so obvious, and I started thinking about it. But have you noticed in educational films, in animations, where even if it's an animation just about humans, somewhere in the film there will always be an animal. Whether it's a dog or parrot or a cricket or a baboon or a hippo, whatever the case is. Now, why do you think that is? I think I know why, but I would love to hear from you. Why do you think people or these producers and filmmakers always use animals in these films? And for the most part, it's a lot of the times it's, of course, award-winning films that do really well, even if they don't win awards. They are very popular. And again, this can be a really old film. It can be one of the more He's got good balance, this little guy. Whee! Why do you think that is? Do you think there's a strategy behind it? Now, I myself have not studied film and TV. I would have loved to. It was actually one of my dreams. But I definitely enjoy analyzing it. I'm just loving these little ones. Martha, good morning. You are saying this is absolutely cute. I agree with you. Baboons are not my favorite, but I have to say, when it comes to the babies, there is a lot of dynamics that is just something to behold. One of my favorite sightings was actually in our beautiful Mashatu in Botswana. And I've spoken about this before, but there was also this massive baboon troop at the waterhole. And there was this one female all by herself, but she had the tiniest baby latched onto her. And interestingly enough, all of the members, sort of individually came and greeted this little one. And then one of the bigger males came and he wanted to become aggressive. And she just sort of took off. But it literally was like a ceremony or a ritual that they were having. So they definitely are fascinating animals to observe. Oh. So incredible how human-like they are. Not this one necessarily grooming, but the mother and the little one. You can see there's definitely a form of bond. It might be because it's cold. The wind might be a little bit too much for the little one. Mom might just be tired. She just worked a 2-hour shift. Watching out for any predators. It's tiring. Sam, good morning. You would like to know, whilst we are blowing away, what is the difference between baboons and monkeys? Both of them are primates, but specifically in this area, if you're referring to this area, so baboons are much, much bigger. A lot of the times you'll find baboons are omnivores and not just strictly herbivores. Where monkeys, for the most part, they are herbivores. I have, however, seen monkeys feeding on eggs as well from birds. So in terms of diet, there's that, but of course size as well. Baboons are huge, very big, and much more aggressive in my personal opinion. But in this specific area, you are comparing then Kachma baboons, which is this fluffy thing we are looking at. There's your head. And then the vervet monkeys, those grey naughty ones with the blue testicles, the black faces. So behavior, size, diet, But again, we should never put animals in a box and say they are not going to ever eat this or they just eat this. It really does vary and depend. But yes, those are your main differences that you will be looking at. I just want to stick with this one just to see if we can see the little one again. Tiny one. But what I always find so fascinating, so of course, the little one is nursing from the front right now as it's doing. Unfortunately, we can't see. But for the most part, also, when baboons are traveling, the little one can be latched onto mom by wrapping its arms around her back, and then as she moves around, they'll actually keep that grip. But with baboons, for me personally, from what I've seen mostly, is they'll actually sit on mom's back as she is moving around, and then they will sort of catch a ride with her. Where with vervet monkeys, the baby will, for the most part, again depending on the size, when they do move around, they'll mostly latch onto the front. Bonnie, good morning. You would like to know at what age do the youngsters start grooming the adults? So with baboons, it really does depend. I mean, that tiny one that we saw won't groom the adult yet. But interestingly enough, with primates, but specifically with baboons, grooming is, of course, a form of bonding. But it is also, in terms of these animals specifically, it is also a form of respect. So anything from as soon as they start getting bigger and they don't need to nurse anymore, a lot of the times you will see it as a form of respect, specifically towards the bigger baboons, because it's not just the males that get all of the respect. So when it comes to their social structure, they actually form what we call an oligarchy. And I often talk about this, but I refer to it as a mafia within the troop. So there's a group of females and males, various sizes and ages, and they are the dominant ones within a troop. So it really can be anything from a couple of months up to a year, but generally, they'll have to be a little bit bigger. This tiny one, as I said, that is still under mom's protection, won't at all start doing that. But it's all about respect when it comes to baboons. I'll come back to them now. I just quickly want to have a look at the water hole. If you are not familiar with the way that I operate, especially here at Gowrie Dam, I always like to just take a look around, make sure we are not missing out on anyone. You can often become so focused on one animal or a sighting perhaps, and then something has happened in the meantime. You have no idea about it. And of course, always good to know our circumstances. Something might happen, the baboons might freak out or run away, and we have no idea what's happening or why they are behaving the way they are. Pardon the tree. I just want to get back to the baboons. And we're on the move. However, I think I'll stick with Mom and her precious one. Come on, Mom, show us your little one. Oh, wow, that was very interesting. Oh my goodness. Whee! That was a very interesting behavior. I don't know if you saw that, but as soon as this member came along, it sort of, I don't know if it was checking the baby out or greeting it, but then it started to groom the mother. And I always wonder with these animals, you know, of course the mothers are always protective, whether it's a baboon or a lion or an elephant. But I wonder if they too also have like an overflow of hormones, if they are super exhausted. I wonder if that ever happens. This tiny one. Yes, no. I will admit that is super cute. What was that? Was that a hug? Nunus. Hi, ugly. Can you just imagine how strong that baby's grip must be to hold on to the mother? Because remember, let's say a leopard or something comes now and they are not close to a tree. They have to bolt and take off and get themselves and the baby to safety. And that baby latches on the entire time. I remember there was a couple of years ago already, there was a leopard that had killed a baboon. And so she hoisted it into a tree, and as she turned the baboon over, there was still the tiniest baby latched onto Mom. And what was super interesting is that this leopard did not kill the baby. It did not even start consuming the mother. It actually took care of the baby. Unfortunately, the baby did die because, of course, it didn't get any nutrients from milk or anything. But Very interesting behavior that was displayed. No, just look at them. Oh, we've got another baby. Play date. All right, I will continue watching this cuteness and, of course, keep all of you posted. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can say good morning to him.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve, all the way down here in the Eastern Cape. My name is Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And we've got a beaut of a day. It's going to be an absolute steamer today. All of the clouds left us overnight. Temperature dropped. Everything was covered in dew this morning. All the grasses were covered in dew. The sun's come up and it is doing its thing. So I feel like the mud wallows and the water holes are going to be the place to be today. So I've positioned myself here at Scotia Dam, and there's been a steady trickle of activity, good hive of activity so far this morning. We have had a few impalas coming down, we've had some blesbok. So hopefully our good luck will continue here at Scotia Dam. Got a few yellow-billed ducks taking it easy. Getting a very early start on their weekend. Nothing too spectacular going on. No, but it's been lovely so far to spend a bit of time with them. Our grey heron is on the outskirts as well. Just doing a little bit of preening every now and then. Let me take you across here and show you what else we've got. There are a few more yellow-billed ducks looking to make their way to the edge here. A little bit of activity there. Now, it looks like we've got quite a few that have kind of huddled up there. Looks like they're almost taking a bit of a snooze. Rose candy, 100%. Beautiful start to the day. Nice and peaceful. Nice to have the sun back out, a little bit of blue skies. There's a very, very gentle wind kind of puffing every now and then. But the dragonflies are out. Our yellow-billed ducks are keeping up their condition here. And I actually found it quite interesting that if you joined us for Sunrise Safari, like I mentioned, we had a big herd of impalas coming down blesbok. We even did have a giraffe, but it kind of seems to have tapered off a little bit. You know, everybody's going to kind of come in waves and things like that. And in terms of positioning myself here, I'm not wanting to really move the vehicle around up and down all too much, just to allow the animals the opportunity to kind of come in quite comfortably, you know. Not to say that we're having a negative impression on them, but by keeping the vehicle switched off for pretty much the whole time, there's definitely a higher chance that something might come down and walk right next to the vehicle, just like that giraffe that we had at the Sunrise Safari this morning. He must have walked around sort of 10 meters from the vehicle, and he drank very, very close to the edge of the vehicle. So we'll wait and see if we can have a little bit of further luck with any animals like that. I do expect some of the warthog to come down and have a little bit of a bath. The rhino potentially as well. A day like this, you kind of hope buffalo might make their way down as well. Teresa, what species are closely related to ducks? I would probably say goose. Duck, duck, goose. On a serious note, I would say goose. In terms of body composition, lifestyle, they are quite similar. Haven't had our South African shell ducks down here by Scotia Dam for a while, which has been quite interesting to see. Let me just pan up here a little bit into the side. There's a little bit of movement coming from some of the animals up here. You can see there's no shortage of game up here. So this is slightly further to the sort of the southeast of Scotia Dam here. There seemed to be something that that gave them a fright. There was a little bit of movement. So we've had wildebeest, zebras, rhinos, blesboks. I haven't seen any warthogs or anything like that up this side of the world, but you never know. So everybody really taking it easy, not too far away. I mean, you can see all of these animals are maybe 100 meters off, 150 meters off or so. So not all too far from the water. And it's really just a matter of time before everybody starts to really move down to have a little bit of a drink. And like we were saying, you know, warthogs and all those types of animals that love to wallow in the mud, they should start to come down. Remember, a lot of the mud wallows surrounding Scotia Dam have dried up, but I've been having a careful look. There are one or two certain patches where a lot of the animals have kind of been shifting and moving around. It looks like they've almost created a small little mud patch. So we may see a little bit of activity towards those little mud patches there. But like I said, I'm going to stick around here for a while longer. Just bide my time and wait for the steady trickle of animals to come down towards the water. And I think in the meantime, we're going to take you across to Lisa with her baboons in Djuma.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, we are still watching these beautiful baboons. These two just had the best time. The babies, they were just sort of play fighting with one another. Really adorable to see. But I'm wondering where the rest of the members of the troop are. Now with these guys, they gestate for about 6 months or so. And they actually have a rather lengthy lifespan. Not like some of your other herbivores and your other general game. These guys can live anything from 15 to 20 years. And I'm just trying to see that cute face. Ooh, I do apologize about the wind. We are trying our best. Alright, I will see if we can find the little ones. Not find them, but hopefully they come out for us. You can just see a tiny black speck every now and again. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Rolf, who apparently has a surprise for us.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And this particular region, also known as Frontier Country. We've come out and we've been able to catch up with the Pride of Lions, who indeed have killed a black wildebeest. So very exciting, although it's a little bit hot and they've eaten a bit. They might be sleeping for a while. Who knows what's going to happen? My name is Ralph Kirsten. On the camera I've got Morgan. Yes, that is Morgan's thumb. And we're going to go back to these guys because they are more the stars than we. but it seems that they did kill a black wildebeest yesterday evening or last night or early this morning. They have been feeding on it. They've dragged it into the thickets. There is all of the lions here. It's male and probably the 2 females and the 4 little cubbies. The cubbies, this one lying there, you can see he's got a nice fat belly. It's probably been feeding on this carcass for this morning already, and you can see he's eaten quite a lot. So also feeling very sleepy. Today the temperature is going to get quite high. It's predicted to go to about 33, I think it is. It's already about 30 degrees now, so it's rather hot. There's not much wind to speak of. There's not a cloud in the sky. So with these lions having fed, I'm not too sure they're going to be very active from here. But I'm hoping that we get to see where the carcass is. It's somewhere here. They've probably dragged it into the shade. And now they're just having a snooze. They might go back and feed. We're going to have to sit here and wait and see if they do. For now, though, it is a very sleepy moment with these guys. Nonetheless, it's still awesome to be in the presence of them. As we hear a red-throated wryneck calling off in the distance. Wap, 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 wap. So it is rather still, and when it's going to get hot like this, and as it's predicted for today, I expect there not to be too much activity from the animals all round.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
On Dad, a little bit of heightened breathing, and you can also see it on the little cubby as well. Obviously a much smaller individual, but still also that fast breathing, and that's all to do with all the meat that's in the belly of both of them. Plus the male is also lying half out in the sun, so that's going to be exacerbating the sort of problem or issue of digesting the food as well, making him hotter, and that'll make him breathe quicker as well. It takes a lot of energy to digest all that meat. So Mike, these cubs were born towards the end of September. So we've got October, November, December, January. So they're around 4 months of age. And they now are following nicely with the pride. Up until about a month and a half, 2 months, they sort of get left by the mother in one spot, and she can move them, but they don't follow. After that, then they start following her, and that's when we start to see them feeding on the carcass. She can still leave them sometimes, obviously, to go and hunt, but then she'll come back and get them and bring them to where the kill is. Now, where they were yesterday is quite far from where we are now. So that's why I think this kill was made during the night, probably in the early evening sometime. They would have had to kill the animal and then walk all the way back to where they were, which is probably in the regions of 2 to 3 kilometers. And so she would have then walked there and brought the cubbies all the way this side, like escorted them, showed them where they need to come and eat here. So they wouldn't have known if Mom didn't return after having made the kill or been part of the hunt, and then she's gone and gotten them and brought them all the way across here. So they've walked 2 to 3 kilometers with Mom during the night, and that's why they're way over on this side. So they've walked pretty much from the northern side of the basin to the southern side of the basin. And as I say, quite a long walk, but they're more than capable, and especially when they're going for food. And they're following Mom like that, and she knows that there's food for them. There'll probably be lots of excitement there. And it would also have been more comfortable for them moving like that during the night. So that's also one of the reasons why it is advantageous to hunt in the hours of darkness. It's also cool, nice for when the cubs need to walk this quite long distance for those little legs. And they don't sort of stand high out of the grass, so their legs are quite short, and then it would be quite a mission. JP, it is wonderful, isn't it? Just to see lions, especially a big male like this. I mean, it's very impressive. And then to see the little cubbies, also with fat bellies, and everybody well fed. Yeah, shame for the black wildebeest that is no more, but feeding and sustaining these guys now for the next few days. So with one animal's death, helps for the lives of these lions that have now fed on it. And I can pretty much guarantee you there won't be much, if anything, left of this wildebeest, and whatever is left is going to be consumed by an array of different animals, from jackals to brown hyena to the crows. There may even be some bush pigs that come and feed on it. Depends on how much is left and how much smell emits from it. You could have warthogs even coming in and having a bit of a chew on it. What else? We'll probably have jackal buzzards coming down, any of the eagles, etc. They don't always just hunt. If there is meat available, they'll come down and take their pick of whatever's there. So they don't need to waste energy going and hunting on their own. If it's available, they'll come down and feed on it. Maybe even a honey badger. So, Joyce, I haven't really noticed any difference of protection with the different sexes of cubs, whether it's male or female. They'll be protective over all of them. So we haven't quite worked out the sexes of these youngsters just yet. It's not so easy to tell at this age. As they grow a little bit more, maybe at about 6 months or so, 6, 7 months, we'll probably then be able to tell between them. But as I say, across the board, these lions will be very protective over all 4 of these cubs. And that will be the females, whether it's their cubs or not, whether they're the mother or not. The aunties and all of the females would look after the cubs, as would the males that have sired these. So it could be in a coalition. However, in this case, it's not. It's only one male, but he'll be defensive over this. That's what he provides, is the real security against other predators. But he'll also be probably walking and marking a bit more in the next few days. Maybe after he's had this feed and he's digested, then he won't necessarily go hunting. What he'll do is he needs to go and mark his territory, because we've had a lot of rain in the recent times, the last few days. So his territorial markings will have been washed away or diluted, and he needs to go and re-establish that. So he'll be on the move, I'm pretty sure, in the next night or so, and going to mark and re-establish that entire territorial smell, and he might even roar as well. It's just all that re-establishment, making sure no other males are going to come into this territory of his. I can pretty much guarantee you we're not going to have too much activity here. So Nathan, yes, as they get older, they will start to sort of take on the adult coats, and you'll start to see with the males, they get this little mohawk behind or just between the ears, but a little bit back on the neck, and that's when you can start to see that it's going to be a male. And the females obviously remain as they look now, and they just get bigger, and then they do start to lose those sort of spots. You can see on the little cub there, they've got like spots, almost stripes, and that starts to go away. And then, as I say, the females, their heads don't sort of enlarge as much as the males. So the males sort of start to grow quite exponentially, and their head starts to get bigger, and then they get that mohawk behind the neck, and then you can start to just see the signs of it becoming a male. Then you know that obviously it's not becoming a male, it's just starting to show the signs that it is a male. The sexes would have been determined already when they inside the female, when they were developing. So now they are already sexed. It's just a matter of working out from their growth or what we have here, whether they're all females, all males, or a mixture of both. The male almost looks like he's got a stripe of white across his face, but it's actually just his fur showing in particular light. From his eye down towards the sort of end of his mouth. But when you look at that, jeepers, he is huge. He's got a massive head, and that mouth is just massive. And it's crazy because when you do see cubs on a kill, they are extremely aggressive, fighting for their little piece of the carcass. And it's just a sign of things to come. When in the future they will also be quite competitive around meals, even though they all feed together. They can, and that's where you see a lot of scars developing on, even from this young age, where they'll end up sinking their claws into their mate's face and nose area, while they're feeding on a carcass, and it doesn't seem to stop them from carrying on feeding. They put their claws into each other's faces and scratch, and then you'll end up with scars. So very rare to see lions without scars in the nose area, and those scars pretty much inflicted by their siblings and or pride members around feeding on the carcass. Yeah, that's pretty much the kind of sighting that you get with lions, especially from this time of the day, and especially when it's very hot. If this was one of those cooler days that we had, when we had those 2 wonderful days that we spent with the cubs, both on the sunset safari, but it was overcast and cool, and they were out in the open as a result, and they were just full of energy. When it's hot like this, however, because of their high heart rate, added to the fact that they've all eaten now, the chances of them being active is very slim. It's going to be this pretty much for the rest of the day. What they might do is, as the sun sort of gets higher up in the sky, they're going to have less and less shade there in that particular spot that they're lying. So they might go deeper into the brush, and that's when we'll probably lose good visibility of them, and then we'll have to go and look for something else, because we won't see much more than them sleeping. Oh, a little bit of stretching going on there. The male had a nice stretch, and then the cub did the same, almost on cue. It's probably some of the most activity we're going to see from them today. That's my prediction anyway. See, as he breathes out there, he blows the sand away from his nose. So that's a lovely update with our lions here on the Amakhala Game Reserve, having eaten a black wildebeest and probably going to be sleeping off for the better part of the day. But who knows, we might get lucky and we see a glimpse of the carcass and maybe the cubs even feeding. So I think it's a good idea for us just to hang around and see if that's going to happen. But while we wait for them to potentially get up, I think let's head you to Lisa, where I'd love to know if she's seen any more of the Ombika Pride of Lions.
Rolf, does it count if I see them in my dreams? Because that happens almost every night. But no lion activity to report here today, and actually probably the last month. I would say it has been quite the lion drought here in Okokoyo, as well as the elephant drought, rhino drought. But the springbok are loving it. As you can see, it is just becoming greener and greener by the day. And I am just loving this. Absolutely loving this. We are seeing so many new springbok lambs as well. And I'm really just holding my breath for a live birth. That would really make my day, honestly. And you would think that it would most probably be very, very dangerous for them to do it out in the open air. But I guess when you think about it, it's probably safer out here as opposed to in the bush, where you can't necessarily see where something might be lurking about and camouflaging or hiding so well that you cannot see it. So, today we are chatting a bit about animations, documentaries, films about animals and conservation. And I would love to know from you, what is your favorite film or animation about animals? It doesn't have to be a new one. It can be an older animation or film even. And why do you think it is that these films do so well? Even animations, you know, if it's just predominantly about humans, why do you think it does so well with audiences? No, really? I don't know if it's the right time to be fighting. It's very early. But what do you know about time? You know nothing. They always look so happy when they're wagging their tails. Now, if you have perhaps just joined us and you are wondering, what are we looking at? These are springbok, beautiful, beautiful antelopes that we have in the sub-Saharan areas of Africa. They really actually prefer dry, open areas. And I know it doesn't seem dry now. It's because Okokoyo has had a little bit of rain. But for the most part, this is actually a very barren area. It's not very pretty, actually, when it doesn't have the grass, now that I think about the comparison. But these are our national animals of South Africa. And you can see there's a little bit of sparring going on now. Both male and females do have horns. Yes, we are talking about you. This egret. Excuse me, can you just move your legs a little? Just if you don't just use your heads, if you actually use your legs as well, you'll flush some insects for me. Crystal loves SA. You are saying it is because we desperately wish we could talk to them. Absolutely. I so agree with you. I mean, for the most part, I wish I could talk to animals like you can see. And definitely, I think animals, you know, sort of takes us to another world, because they are just so incredible. Everything they do, you know, whether it's a leopard camouflaging in a tree, or those cute baby lions we just had with Rolf. I mean, it looks like a little ball with legs. Or even, you know, just egrets and springboks sharing a relationship. It really is just so amazing. And I honestly, if I had one wish in the entire world, it would be to talk to animals, even if I can talk to them, just to understand them. So I'll still wait for a few answers. I would love to hear from you. What is your favorite film about animals, or your favorite animation perhaps? Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of films will always have an animal in it. You know, even if it's just a dog or cat, even if it's not a main character in the film. And the reason people do this, I myself did not study film and TV, so I can't tell you that I know this for a fact. But my common logic tells me the reason we do this, or film producers do this, is because we relate with animals. And if you were to have a person tell you something life-changing, whether it's about family or about friends or about work circumstances in a film, let's say one of the main characters say that, it is not at all going to be as impactful as it would be if an animal did it. I'm going to give you an example. So, from which film is... I don't want to make the first one too hard. Alright, give me a second, then I'm going to give you the first quote from a film, or an animation actually. And then you must tell me from which film that is. But think about it, you know, if you watch an animation, have you ever watched an animation and watch it for the second time and you're like, oh my goodness, I did not see that at all before. Or even as an adult, when I watch animations now that I used to watch as a kid, I'm like, whoa, that's inappropriate. Or whoa, that's really funny, because of course, you know, now you are in a different stage of your life and you are viewing things differently. So, our first one is, from which animation is this? Oh yes, the past can hurt, but the way I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it. From what famous animation is that? Let me know what you think. And if you look at that quote in itself, it is radical. I mean, it is very, very important for us as humans, whether you are a child or an adult, wherever you find yourself in life. It is so impactful. And it was an animal that said it. This animation in particular, you know, everything is animals in it. But from what film is that quote? The past can hurt, but the way I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it. Babies. And of course, if you are just joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature, where we are having a beautiful day in all of our locations. Actually, we've had some very adorable baboons in Juma at Gowrie Dam. Rolf has already started the day with a lion pride, including cubs. Nick himself has had some general game. And of course, overall we have just been having some great discussions about animals, what they do, why they do what they do. And right now we are in the beautiful Okukoyo, which is in Namibia, just a little bit north of South Africa. And I'm just trying to find us some baby springboks. But also we are chatting about some animations, films about animals, and why they are so much more impactful, in my personal opinion. You could, of course, differ with me. That is the beauty about what we do at Wild Earth. You are welcome to send through any questions or comments. Let us know if you agree or disagree, and of course, what you think. I think I need to find us some baby springbok, but right now I'm struggling. Kiwi! Felt Orca, good morning. You are saying your favorite film about animals is Free Willy. Oh my goodness, how long has it been since I've seen that film? I was literally a little kid when I last saw that film. What a shame. What a shame. You see, I'm going to be very busy this weekend. My better half thinks we are seeing family and friends. No. We are catching up on all films that we have never seen and that we haven't seen in forever. But thank you for that one. That is really, really a good one. I've forgotten about that one, actually. Then Bundabash. I like your name. You are saying your favorite film is Gorillas in the Mist. You've been privileged to actually track them twice in Rwanda. Oh my goodness, I have always wanted to do that. Honestly, my aunt has also tracked them and walked with them, and I'm super jealous of that. I won't go into that too much, otherwise I'll just start crying. No, I'm kidding, but definitely also something I want to see, and something I have not yet seen. Michelle also said that was her favorite, so definitely something I will be looking at. And then, Michelle, you are also saying A Dog's Purpose. Oh my goodness. If you want to cry, yes. That was also a brilliant film, yes. Oof, you guys really are. You're jogging my memory here. Leslie, good morning. Oof, you guys are on it this morning. You are saying that quote was from Lion King, as did Veld Orca, Michelle. You guys are really paying attention. I love it. Yes, that quote was indeed from Lion King. Of course, from the wonderful Raket. Do you know what a racket is? It's a tennis racket. Why did I want to call him a tennis racket? Rafiki. Of course, the character that says that the past can hurt, but the way I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it. And the reason I wanted to discuss this yesterday I mentioned something, I can't even remember what sighting we had, but I mentioned that I literally become a child when I see things like that, baby animals, and very interesting interactions. And I think that is what I love about what I do and about animals and wildlife in general, because you really can become such a child and just immerse yourself completely. And for me, one thing is that a baby springbok. Just hold on. I think I spot one. Do I? No. It is not a baby, sorry. But for me personally, the thing that I've realized is if a human being tells you something like that life lesson, yes, it's going to be impactful and all of that, but the thing is, and that is why so many film producers do it and filmmakers, is because you are much rather going to listen to an animal, whether it's a lion or a dragon or a bird or a cricket, than you would to a human, because we just relate ourselves and compare ourselves to one another. And then you just sort of think, okay, well, what will this human being know? As opposed to animals. Animals, of course, can't talk our language. But here's an animal that's giving this really, really important life lesson, and you're like, oh. And someone has probably told you that life lesson 500 times. But because it is now being conveyed in such an imaginative way, we are actually paying attention. So, let me know still, what is your favorite animation? What is your favorite quote from an animation? Of course, now I will keep throwing them out there as well, but I thought this would be a very interesting thing to discuss today. And it's definitely also shown me that I literally have to catch up with a lot of the films that I have seen, and some of them that I've always wanted to see. Just trying to see if we've got any lambs around, but they are being very well hidden today, apparently. What are those? Are you cute or are you not? No, it is not babies. Perhaps they are getting ready to give birth, though. They have gestated now for 6 months. The time is here to have their youngsters. And if you do hear some voices in the background, they are people, in fact, just behind the camera that are also enjoying this. All of the springbok, the egrets, the Egyptian geese. They are actually visiting this beautiful campsite. Ooh, there's a wildebeest. Look at us. It seems like 2 birds of prey in the background as well. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit tricky to actually ID them, just because they are too far away. Definitely egrets. Egrets. Eagles of some sort. Not egrets. Eagles. There's quite a few differences between those two. Sue, good morning. You would like to know, why are we not seeing as many animals coming to drink? I know. I'm with you on that one. So, Sue, the thing is, of course, rain season here in Okokoyo falls from January up to anything to April. So hopefully, we do have a good rain season. You can see this location has really already completely transformed from the sort of dull and grey area to this beautiful green flourishing grass that's all around, and of course the calcrete rocks. But that being said, with rain comes a lot of changes in nature. So my suspicion is that the elephants, the rhinos, all of those animals have sort of traversed to other waterholes. Remember, we also can't see what's happening in the tree line, so there might be a lot more puddles that have actually filled up with water. So all in all, the animals are no longer restricted just to one waterhole and one feeding ground. They can now move freely, do their thing. Hopefully they do come back. I really am hoping for that. But remember, just before the rain started, this was a fairly huge resource of water for a lot of animals, including the rhinos, the elephants, even the lions. And so the fact that it has started raining has definitely, I mean, let's be honest, it sucks for us, but has definitely helped the animals, because they are not longer restricted just to having to come to one area. But the springbok are definitely loving the grass, as are the egrets. You can see they are moving quite frequently, whether it's with the actual springbok. I actually want to see if we can take a look at these flowers, because I have no idea what they are. It is not a dainty pavonia, that much I can tell you. Or is it? Just bear with me. I'm just trying to ID these beautiful flowers, as I am not familiar with it. Just browsing through my bush Bible as to what it might be. If you have any thoughts, you are welcome to let me know. At first, I thought it might be dainty pavonias, but it does not seem... it might. No. Yes, no. No. Let's go with no for now. I'm wondering if it is... Ooh. It is. So remember the other day, we did a flower section or flower segment for the whole of Escape to Nature. Because Lisa thought that's a good idea. Let's talk about flowers the whole day. But we did a segment on flowers, and we chatted about the devil's thorn. I'm wondering. Alrighty, so if you are wondering, Lisa, why we're looking at grass and flowers, because it's beautiful. We are in Ukukuyu. Can you believe it? I never thought it would look like this around the waterhole. So, just trying to ID these flowers, and initially I thought, dainty Pavonia. 'Tis not. So remember the other day we spoke about flowers all around the whole of Escape to Nature, so hopefully you paid attention that day. I'm not too sure, but I'm thinking, just because of the leaf structure and everything around these flowers, that this is actually a devil's thorn. Now remember that day in particular we did talk about the devil's thorn, and you know we also used to seeing the pink ones in the Sabi sand, but you do also get a yellow one. Now this one in particular, if I'm correct, that is if I'm correct. I too am human and I'm learning with all of you. But in Afrikaans we call it a double key. And the swear word, or the fancy name for it, is a Tribulus terrestris, if I'm correct. Again, if you have any other thoughts, let me know. But, interestingly enough, the thorns of this plant has been used in murder cases, where they have been smeared with other poisonous substances and put in the path of a victim to puncture bare feet. Goodness, that's a bit dramatic. But it's also used to cure throat and eye diseases, gonorrhea, and is used as a diuretic. And it is also browsed by animals when wilting. So we definitely have to keep an eye on them, you know, when it comes to wilting time. See if the animals are enjoying it. But again, that is if I'm correct. That is my theory. I could be completely wrong. But just in terms of leaf structure, color, and petal structure too. Alright. We shall now look for animals. You see, this is why I need to go to Okokoyo. I want to see that flower, touch it, smell it, eat it if I can. Perhaps not eat this one, right? Since it's being used in murder cases. Actually, I just want to have a picnic on this grass. Tina, good morning. You are saying it really is so lovely to see all of the green grass, the flowers, everything here in Okokoyo. And it really is. I can't believe how this, again, I say this every single day, but I can't believe how quickly it's transformed. Oh, just look at my children. All 6 of them still safe and sound. But it really is. I mean, literally just in a matter of 2-3 weeks, it has just become so green, and hopefully, you know, it will continue to thrive, because as you see, all of the animals are enjoying the flowers, the grass, the seeds. So if it doesn't rain again, you know, obviously the soil won't be rejuvenated again to actually help along with the vegetation and the flowers and everything along with it. But it is just so, I mean, this is so picturesque. It looks like it was put like this. The geese just there, the dead tree, the tiny little ones moving around. My fluffy bums. They really are doing so well. Becoming super independent. Felicity, good morning. You are saying this looks like a scene out of Bambi. So I have a confession to make. This is gonna sound horrible. I've never watched Bambi. It's just, I've heard what happens and I was just like, no. I'm one of those people that when I watch a film and, you know, an animal dies or something like that happens, it's, yes, I don't deal too well with it. I'm a sucker for, of course, you know, when animals die. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, Lisa, how do you do what you do then? I don't know. It also doesn't make sense in my mind. But yes, a scene from Bambi, definitely. I'm assuming you have seen Bambi and you like Bambi. And if you've seen any other animations or, you know, films about animals that you can watch over and over and over, I've actually been very, very, very privileged to work with Rob Lowe and Kirsten Davies. I don't know if you have seen that movie Holiday in the Wild. And you've probably often heard me speaking about the elephants that I've worked with. And we actually, the previous reserve I worked at, we actually got to be a part of it. But it was also so interesting, you know, to see how, you know, these celebrities are also just people. They too have a love for animals. Oh, look at the little grebe. And they too want to do as much as they can in terms of education, helping animals. And as I say every single time when we talk about conservation, you don't have to be a superhero or a celebrity or a big name. You just have to want to help animals. And that will already be more than enough to start doing that. It's swimming time. Pangolins galore. You are saying you watch, sorry, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at myself. You are saying you've watched Holiday in the Wild, or you watch it all the time, over and over again. I'm so happy to hear that. It was a super interesting project to be a part of, I have to be honest. No, the reason I'm actually giggling is because they refer to us as the rangers as snake catchers. And afterwards, you know, I was like, I can't remember that we caught any snakes. So it was very interesting to actually be a part of something like that. It really was a dream come true for myself. And to know that, again, I did something to hopefully contribute to helping people in terms of learning about animals, whether it's elephants, all of that. So I'm glad you enjoyed that, Pangolins Galore. It really was a super amazing film to be a part of. Ooh, I've actually got another interesting quote. This one is also a bit long, so I don't think we'll be able to strap it. So, listen carefully. From what movie is this? If you only do what you can do, you will never be more than who you are right now. I don't even know what animal is that. I know his name, but I don't know what he is. If you only do what you can do, you will never be more than who you are right now. From what animation is that? I'll see if you guys can get it, and then I'll give you some clues if you need them. Alrighty, I will keep an eye on this picturesque location of ours. I just quickly want to take us over to Djuma because I see the baboons are still around. Look at them. Again, like this, I don't have a lot of love for them. But when we do see the babies, it is really so adorable. But very fascinating animals. We actually, a while ago, we just had a scene that would have needed parental guidance as new baboons were being made. I don't know what I feel like. Shall I eat a flower? Shall I eat some grass? Perhaps this one? No, I didn't like that one. This one? This one. This is going to be the one. Oh, yes. That was a good one. I just sit here. Sometimes I just love to watch these animals, specifically baboons. Stretch the leg. Do some yoga while I have breakfast. There we are. See if I have a tick on there. Hi, good morning. No, I don't like you. I don't want to sit with you. That's fine. I'll just eat your flowers. Or plants. What is he eating? Looks like an onion. You actually do have a plant out here, which is called a bobbejaansstert, the baboon's tail. Very interesting plants. It looks like they've been burnt, but they actually make phenomenal candles. If you need a candle in the bush, you know, if you perhaps find yourself having to survive with your loved one, Or perhaps if you just live in South Africa and you're used to load shedding, then you'll need a candle. But I think it might actually be... What is that? It's either plum of some sort or monkey orange. Ironic. It should be a baboon orange. However, monkey oranges, if you are not familiar with them, I'm not sure if that's what it was. But they are super hard. You can literally give someone a concussion if you threw them with one at their heads. Especially that from a corky bark monkey orange. Weezer, good morning. You are saying we don't often see baboons. You love seeing them. I agree with the first part of your statement. I don't know if I'm... No, I'm kidding. Yes, we don't often get to see them, even though they harass the people here at Djuma itself. They can be very, very naughty in terms of getting into kitchens and pantries and stuff like that. But I will agree with you, they are fascinating to observe. I think specifically because they are so human-like. Again, there's a lot of things that we can relate to. Not necessarily grooming one another. We'll just take a look-see and see. Ooh, our saddlebolt stalks are still around. Just chilling it out. And the baboons, of course, just foraging. Now again, baboons do have a mixed diet. They will, for the most part, like this. You'll see them eating on plants and fruits and all sorts of things. But every now and again, it actually does happen that they do feed on meat as well, whether it's a baby impala or I've seen one eat a squirrel. That was rather gruesome. So, again, out here, if you need food, you are going to eat what you need to eat. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying an elephant is going to take down an impala lamb if it's hungry. But for the most part, specifically with something like a baboon that can be omnivorous, even hippos that can also be omnivorous, it really does depend. Sandy, good morning. You are saying that quote was from The Lion King. No. The previous one was where our famous Rafiki spoke about the past, but no, the quote that I just did was not from Lion King. Henry, you are saying it's from the Jungle Book. No. Good guess, though. It is not. There might be something similar in the Jungle Book. Michelle, as always, you are correct. It is from Kung Fu Panda. It is Master Shifu I think it's a fox. I'm not sure. I think he's a fox. But anyway, he says, if you only do what you can do, you will never be more than who you are right now. Some powerful stuff said by animals, if only they could really talk. But it's true though, you know, if we only do what we are doing on the daily, doing what we are used to, we will definitely stagnate. You will not push yourself to do more, and this is for everything in life, not just with regards to your work necessarily, or your family, or your passion and love for wildlife and conservation. But if you are not actively making a change or seeking out a challenge, then you are never really going to do something different. And it starts small. Again, it really does start small.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
And since we are talking about the films and, you know, animations and how important it, or how many impactful messages they can actually be in various movies, it's, I just want to see what this baboon is up to. Sorry, I just interrupted myself there. Oh, wow, okay. Alrighty. Disclaimer, viewer discretion is advised. No, unfortunately, or, you know, fortunately, unfortunately, that is how baboons are made. And that is why there is so much coloration as well, specifically to their rear ends. they will sort of become more colorful, if you will, when the females are in estrus. And you're probably thinking, but that's a really big female. With baboons, it doesn't really matter. It is, a lot of the females will actually be very big. And it's all about respect. But I have to say, while we are talking about that film Holiday in the Wild now, what was very interesting, the one night we had to shoot, because it was a night shoot, and I think there was, if I'm not mistaken, like 70 or 80 people strong on set. Now we are out in the wild, and they could be lions, leopards, of course there are elephants, there's so many animals around. And I have to say, it was just so incredible to see these celebrities, these big name directors, all just immediately realizing that this is the wild, we have to respect it, anything is possible, we are not gods out here or, these major creatures, we are mere mortals. And anything can happen at any time. And they were so respectful when it came to, listening to us as naturalists and guides and rangers and conservation managers. And it really was so much fun, that night shoot in particular. But it really was interesting, of course, to see reactions from people that are actually now in Africa for the first time in the wild. Anything is possible. Very, very interesting. But let me know, what is your favorite quote from a movie perhaps? Or something an animal has said in a film or in a documentary, of course, it doesn't just have to be a movie. It can actually be real life, perhaps a quote that David Attenborough has. These baboons are really sticking around for us today. Generally, they just sort of do their thing, play with each other, and then move off. Oh goodness, they are picking on that one. That's rude. Shame. Wow, that was pretty cool to see. Jackson, you would like to know how frequently do they mate to be successful? It's pretty much like lions, as soon as a female in estrus has been found, she will be mounted, and that'll happen several times a day. And I too wonder about that often, how do they know, okay, well, that one was successful, she's now pregnant, or do they just sort of do it until she is no longer in estrus? Because again, it's all about visual communication that they see. So the rear end, you sit down. But it is also, again, about pheromones and scents and all of that they actually pick up on. Now, what we just witnessed, again, baboons are very, very aggressive animals. Sometimes they will really sort of demand respect, I almost want to say. Now, what happens, especially your younger baboons, and it can be male and female. It's an oligarchy is not just males. It's both male and females that are more dominant within a troop. And believe it or not, it's not just the bigger baboons. It's all about dominance, having your say. So often you'll see that when other baboons get picked on, someone will come stand up for them, and there really is a hierarchy amongst them, like we just saw as well. Shame this one is just, yes, that would be me. Just do you. Don't pick sides, and you know. This is what we call a draadsitter in Afrikaans. Just minding its own business, not picking sides. It seems like they have moved off now. When I say moved off, I mean into the tree of Narnia. Because when animals go behind this tree that the dam cam is situated on, it's like the tree swallows them. So we will definitely try to see if we can spot them again. I do, however, just want to have a look at the water hole. See if anyone else is around. It seems like the wind is picking up a little bit, which is making it difficult for us. So let's head on over to Ukukuyo and see what's happening there. Still fairly peaceful. Of course, I've constantly got my eyes glued to the screen. But every time we go live, I just sort of secretly wish and pray that, perhaps we'll have a rhino showing up. Or a big mammal of some sorts. Of course, I'm not ungrateful, but even something like the oryxes, we have not seen them in quite some time. Yesterday afternoon, I did have some zebras coming down, but not too many of them. But remember, we are live at the beautiful Ukukuyo in Namibia. And so if you have any questions, please do let me know, or even a comment that you would like us to know about. And it doesn't just have to pertain to the animals we currently have on screen. It can be about the location. It can be about us as naturalists, or of course, if you want to let me know what is your favorite quote that an animal has said in a film that really stuck with you, or that you really relate with a lot. Nance, good morning. You are saying it's not from a Disney movie, but a famous person. May your choices reflect your hopes and not your fears. Oh man, I've heard that before. Where have I heard that? Alright, I will scratch my brain on that one a little bit and let you know. But yes, just like Nance, you're more than welcome to let me know what are your favorite quotes. Of course, it is. For me personally, it's much more, I don't know why, it's much more relatable when it's come out of an animal's mouth. Because, they can talk, of course. But that is really a beautiful one. May your choices reflect your hopes and not your fears. I'm going to have to research that one, because you got me on that one. Oh, but of course. How did I not know that one? Nance, it was our wonderful Nelson Mandela. The late, great legend himself. That really is a good one. Everything you do in life and every decision you make it with regards to your hopes and your ambitions and your goals, and not your fear. Fear is a scary thing. That's why I always say I have so much respect for these animals out here. Because can you imagine having to live on the edge every single second of your life? Whether you are a springbok or an impala, or even, an Egyptian goose. Anything is possible at any time. A jackal could come for you, an eagle, a lion, a leopard, a cheetah, really anything. So you always have to be on the edge. What is that? Oh my word, what is this bird? What is you? It seems like a stork of some sort. I do apologize. I've never seen this bird before in my life. If you know what this is, let me know. It's either a stork of some sort or an ibis perhaps. Bush Bible, what will you reveal? Is it just a black stork? Well, that would be anticlimactic. What is you, birdie? I do apologize, just bear with me. Alright, I'm going to try and ID this bird because I don't think that I've ever before seen this in my life. I could be wrong. I'll check my book. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
And welcome back to Kariga. We're similar to Lisa. We do have a few birds around and about here. And this is the herd of wildebeest that we've talked about. I think it was yesterday, saying how wary they are of coming right into the middle of these clearings. They more sort of prefer the northern end of the sort of the Scotia Dam clearings, where there is a nice open area, but funnily enough, closer to some of the steep and dense ravines and gorges and things like that. So I've still parked off at Scotia Dam and just been waiting to see what happens. We've had a little bit of a lull, but we've now got a little bit of a buzz of activity. We've obviously got these wildebeest that we can see. There are one or two zebras as well. We've got some ostrich. It's lovely just to be out and about here. I'm really hoping that these wildebeest are going to come down and drink for us. You can see there's quite a few youngsters in that group. Maxine, 100%. I agree with you. It definitely is absolutely incredible just to spend time in nature. There's our zebras that we were talking about. So I did read a quote the other day in talking about just spending time in nature and how sort of healing and sort of regenerative it is. And the quote said, "Sit with animals quietly and they will show you their hearts. Sit with them kindly and they will help you locate yours." Which I thought was a really good little quote. Not too sure who said it, can't remember, but it was very good. I enjoyed it. It's a nice little peaceful scene here. We've got our zebra in the foreground resting their heads on others' bums. You can see the water's just at the bottom of the frame there. And it doesn't look like our wildebeest are coming down to drink anytime soon. But remember, it is a bit of a process. I have seen them quite far off. They were about 60-70 meters off, and it's taken them probably at least half an hour to 45 minutes to approach the waterhole. The wind has started to pick up a little bit, so that's potentially going to make them a little bit more cautious coming closer to the water here. And all of these little youngsters that we can see in and amongst that group of wildebeest, those will all be this year's crop, if you want to call it that. So they're not really going to be that much older than about a month. So I've got a question for everybody in terms of collective nouns. So for zebras, we know the collective noun of a zebra is a dazzle. For lions, it would be a pride of lions. I've got one that I'm wanting to throw out there and see if anybody knows the answer. The collective noun for wildebeest. What is the collective noun of wildebeest? So herd's obviously a pretty just general term for a lot of different animals. I'm looking for the specific one, like a dazzle of zebra. What is it for wildebeest? Send in your answers. I know some of you guys have got it. I know it. I can feel it in my bones, in my matambos, as they say in Zulu. I'd love to see what your thoughts are.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
There we go, slaking its thirst. Whoops, I've got a spider's web blowing in the wind off of the camera here. I have absolutely no idea where that came from. I don't know if I've got a spider sitting on me somewhere. So the other day when we were talking about collective nouns, we did have the name of the collective noun of mongoose, which I asked everybody. And it was a business, which a few of you did get right, which I'm super stoked about. So I know some of you there have got the answers. Please send them in. I believe we have got one or two answers starting to come in. Pangelis Guru, our first answer has come in from you, and it is correct. So we do have sort of two different ones. A confusion of wildebeest, that is correct. We also have a second one. There might be some other answers coming in saying an implausibility of wildebeest. Both are correct. So congratulations, ding 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 ding. I'll be sending a large chocolate cake over to you, because that's one of my favorite desserts. I feel like that's the prize. A confusion of wildebeest, or a implausibility of wildebeest. I feel like, not to cramp on the style of any wildebeest, but I feel like they might not be the sharpest tools in the shed. I mean, you look at the collective noun of a confusion, and I've seen a few times, a pride of lions or something potentially stalking or even just resting in the bush, and one wildebeest in the group runs in that direction, and everybody runs there. Instead of running away from the lions, everybody runs there. So I personally don't think they're the sharpest tools in the shed, but I guess at the end of the day, if they've got a method, a tried and tested method that works for them, good for them. And if you have just managed to tune in and join us now, I'm so happy that you could be here. You've joined myself, Nick, here at Kariga in the Eastern Cape. And I've just been taking it easy here at Scotia Dam. It's been a very hot day, so there's a bit of activity happening around the water. We've had Rolf in Amakhala, also in the Eastern Cape, with some sleepy lions. And we've had Lisa with some baboons up in Djuma. Let me see if I can pan around here and show you some of the other activity here. So some of our bird species are still around. We've seen the ostrich. Okay, so here's our grey heron. We've got our yellow-billed ducks in the water. And just down in front of that grey heron, closer to us, that black and white bird, that's our blacksmith lapwing, or the old name would be the blacksmith plover. And this grey heron has caught a monstrous frog. Quite a while ago, it was a little bit of a difficult view, but it did catch a really big frog, probably closer to about the size of my hand, which I feel like to get down its throat it did well. So surrounding the edge of the waters, obviously the nice lush longer green grasses, and it was hiding in those green grasses, and it absolutely stabbed this frog. It nailed it, and then it waded out of the water, because it was in the water like it is now, and it came onto the ground, and it had grasses everywhere, and it dropped the frog on the ground to try and get rid of the grasses, and the frog started to try and jump away. I mean, look at that bill as this heron's turning its head now, and as it was doing so, I mean, it was like a spear. It just threw that bill at this frog and killed it just like that. Thankfully for the frog, this heron then took it and went back down to the water, kind of washed it off, got all of those loose grasses and things off, lined it up, and put it down the gullet head first. So he's already caught something significant, which is really good to see for him. It's definitely not from a lack of trying. Wow, look at all of these lapwings here. They're flying around so quickly. Those were all crowned lapwings. They were here, now they're gone. Putting a little show on for us. So this is definitely a day for the beach, if anything. It's a day for the water. All of our birds are out and about here. There's more yellow-billed ducks all the way on the left-hand side, at the edge of the waterhole itself. Just preening, just taking it easy. Joe, thanks for your comment. Yeah, definitely a very active waterhole, this one. Everybody's around and about here. It's amazing to see. So much diversity, between different species of birds, between all the animals. Yeah, there's a lot happening here. See, we've got some zebra and some ostrich. So we've said that the temperature has continued to rise, bringing a lot of animals to the water. But if you have a look directly behind this zebra that we can see on the right, see if I can zoom in and show you a little bit. Yeah, there is a wildebeest that's taken shelter in the shade there. Really awesome little spot. It's not so easy to get some solid shade like that, so I feel like it's done really, really well. It's got itself like a little cove almost. Could even settle down there. That's most likely going to be the territorial bull. Remember, the herd of wildebeest that we saw is kind of shifted off to the right hand side of this waterhole, going back in a northerly direction. So that's most likely going to be our dominant bull. I'm just thinking about this heron here. It's got such patience. Joanne, are there any conservation centres close to Kariega? None that I know of offhand. I'm sure there are. I'm not too familiar with too many of the surrounding areas. But in terms of conservation efforts, I mean, even if you look at just within Kariega, there's the Kariega Foundation, which is a key sort of conservation effort. There's the whole anti-poaching sort of unit, the APU unit, which is integral to the security and the safety of all of the animals here. So plenty of conservation efforts going on within the reserve here. So I've been keeping a close eye on our grey heron, and that frog that I saw him catch earlier today was the first one that I've seen him catch in a few days.
We'll get Nick back as soon as we can. But I have wonderful news. I've ID'd my bird, and it is an Abdom stork. I've never seen one. I actually referenced my book and my app, and this is a first for me, so I'm very, very excited about it. And they are actually very beautiful. Not as visually entertaining as a saddle-billed stork, for instance. But if you're not familiar with them, definitely go look them up. They've got some rather nice colors to them. They've actually got this red in their eye, the blue in the actual face just before the bill. And you can see, ooh, you can see this one is just looking for anything it can feed on. Insects, all sorts of yumminess. And again, I'm super excited. This is a first for me, which shows you, even as naturalists, we have a new experience every single day. Also a dramatic bird, this one. I don't know, why are you being so dramatic? Are you stepping on thorns or what is happening? Having a quick chat with Fiona, the godmother of the goslings. And in Afrikaans we call them die klein swart ooievaar. Goodness, I'm not even going to try the other languages. It looks like swear words. Oh no, I'm not even going to attempt this because it's in German it's ab dem Storch, Regenstorch. I don't know if I said that correctly. I apologize if I didn't. But rather interesting names in other languages. And you can see, of course, just moving to the water now. Again, he will feed on anything from fish to amphibians, that one, mollusks. Sounds like I'm calling a cat. And insects, and then it leaves us. Please don't go away. I would love to watch you a little bit more. Oh, I do apologize. That was not Fiona, the godmother. Here is Fiona, just below this rock. There she is. Hi, Fiona. You see, I'm getting sidetracked now. Let me look for the stork. Where did it go? I do apologize. I'm just looking for that Abdom stork. Lisa's fan club. I still like your name. Thank you for that. You are asking which bird grows the fastest to adulthood. I guess it depends who you ask, but in my personal opinion, I would definitely say the Egyptian geese. They just, really, really quickly. Even the blacksmith lapwings. Ooh, there's the stork. But Lisa's fan club, in particular your precocial birds, which are your birds that sort of, as soon as they hatch, they are not helpless, they've got their feathers, they can move fairly quickly, they start to feed fairly quickly as well. So all of those birds, something like an artificial bird, which would be your eagles, owls, they don't really grow all that fast as your precocials. But in my personal opinion, again, it would be an Egyptian goose. I'm just going to try and see if I can get us a good look at this guy, because they really are beautiful. I know it doesn't seem like much right now, but they've got beautiful coloration in their actual face. So I shall try to see if I can get us a closer look. And there's a little egret just off to the left. You see, every day is an opportunity to see something new, to learn something new. Of course, right now, as we see often with all of the birds we see all around of all over our locations, just busy preening itself, making sure it cleans the feathers, taking out some of the old feathers if need be. So very different birds, these three. Of course, to our left, a little egret. In the middle is an Abdom stork, and it is a first for me. And then off to the right is a blacksmith lapwing. Beautiful. Alrighty, but I think for now let's head on over to Djuma while we can. The baboons are still there and they are still very much entertaining. They really have been all over the place, and there really are way more baboons now. What are you doing? Are you scratching your bum? Or are you listening to music? They've been playing on that dead tree, swinging about, chasing each other around. What are you doing? Goodness. Those must be siblings. That can only be the behavior of siblings. Whee! Ah, these guys. I am slowly starting to grow fond of them, I must say, ever since being at Wild Earth. But we'll see. For now, I'm gonna send you over to Ralph, who's got my favorite animal.
So we got blocked by a breeding herd of elephants as we left the lions because they went deeper into the thicket. And we wanted to come up the side of the Bushman's River Valley Basin, and well, the whole herd of elephants were in front of us. So we had to wait until they got through the pass, and then we had to hot-foot it and get in front of them because they went to Chlorsi Lodge, and there's at the Hippo Hide. They had a drink there, very brief one. They filled up, and then they very quickly moved on. So we sort of leapfrogged ahead of them, and now at least we can watch them coming towards us as they seem to be slowing up a little bit. Maybe they're going to go into that riverline and seek some shade. You can see with the amount of ear flapping that it is rather hot now, and they would have also sprayed water in behind their ears. So they've cooled off nicely, but they might want to extend that and stay in the shade. Let's just see. They might continue on and keep coming towards us, or they might start milling about there a little bit in the shade. So, and it does look like they might be slowing up. They really were going at a fast pace, but now it seems like they might have slowed down a little bit, which does give an indication of them maybe looking to get into the shade and relax for the next while. But let's see what happens. At least we've been able to get in front of them now. And there is a big dominant bull with them currently, so there might be some shenanigans from his part when the bulls do join the breeding herds. It can be a little bit stressful because he's in full must, so lots of testosterone pumping through his body, and he will be in the mood for mating with the females, but they're not always necessarily receptive to that, and if they're not, it's very stressful because they're trying to basically get away from him the whole time, and he's pursuing them. So I think it's that one that you can see is the biggest of all of them quite clearly, and if we get to see them come out into the open, you may also just see the swagger that comes with an elephant that is in must. Pamela, it's always amazing with elephants, isn't it? Especially when you can see them nice and clearly. I am just hoping that they come a little bit closer towards us because I jumped quite a far way ahead of them with the idea that they were going to come towards us. So let's see. They are still continuing on the line that they seem to be taking. So I've just tried to anticipate where that might be and where they might end up, and I was hoping that they might come right in front of us. Let's see what happens. That's what I always like doing with elephants, anticipating where they're walking and go far ahead of them and let them come to me. I don't like pursuing elephants. It's almost like that bull now that's pursuing the females, and they become stressed, they become agitated, they can even become aggressive, and they react the same to vehicles and to people. If you pursue up behind them, they can then be aggressive towards you as well. It's never a good idea to follow up closely behind elephants, even if you are in a big vehicle. That's when you do start seeing elephants be nasty towards humans. Anticipate where they're going, get far ahead of them, and then they've entered your space as opposed to you entering theirs. And then you almost have the moral high ground of being able to say, I was here first, buddy. Don't give us any problems, you know? So that's always the best way to deal with elephants, I find, in my experience.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Well, it does sort of help with their thermoregulation if they're walking through a bit of shady areas, and they can feed then as they go as well. You can see now they are actually slowing up and feeding a bit as they move. Constantly having to get those calories into power these massive bodies that they find themselves in. Well, it looks like we made the right move, and this is turning into a lovely sighting. Such massive animals, and a lot of them, and you don't even hear a sound. So Amanda, talking of the big five, that originated from the 5 most dangerous animals to hunters. So it is the elephant, who obviously in the stages of being hunted, they can be very aggressive, they can be very dangerous. So one of the most dangerous animals in the world, especially on land. And so that's why it was included together with leopard, obviously very dangerous, ambush, sort of hunting the hunter, buffalo, lion, and black rhino. So to be completely correct, it's not just rhino, it's black rhino that is part of the big five, not white rhino. They're not considered to be as even closely as dangerous as black rhino. They're big animals, sure, and they're bigger than black rhino, but they don't have the same nature. elephants, yes, they can be very calm and it can be awesome viewing. Sometimes they, however, are in bad moods, and particularly with the hunters when they were going for the ivory. That was why they were included in the Big Five. So a couple of nice youngsters there. They've grown up a bit. About 3 to 4 years old, I would say, those ones. So Logan, elephants across Africa and Asia, have real historical relevance. Obviously, there was a sort of conflict with the early man in the different areas that they habited. And obviously just a dangerous animal to encounter, especially if you're on foot and not in the safety of a vehicle. But they do have a lot of sort of folklore and representation from the likes of the Bushmen, etc. They always said that elephants are representative of wisdom and power, but can also be aggressive and dangerous. So, but the most part, really leaning onto that intelligent part of these animals, and the wisdom that they still do know where to go and find water, and to access different food sources at different times of the year or different climatic conditions. So, a very big part of the mythological legends and part of all the African cultures are the African elephant. And some of the biggest highways in Africa were built on ancient elephant highways. So they were the first ones to open the roads, and then later came the ox wagons, and after that now it's tarmac and real roads, and the elephants don't even walk there anymore. But they were the first to do so and the first to open it, and chose the best routes through mountains and passes, etc. And they say when two elephant bulls fight, it's the grass that suffers the most. It's a lovely African proverb, sort of depicting people of power when they fight. It's the lowly people, if you would say that, or the non-important people that suffer the most. So just give me a second. I'm just going to turn and just get you out of that pole. Tell me when. Just watch these guys as they're going to slowly disappear, and as they are disappearing, folks, please don't forget that this is an interactive experience, so we'd love for you to jump on board with us as we escape to nature, and for the time being watching this lovely breeding herd of elephants. Send us through your questions and your comments. And then normally the management on reserves like this, they would often choose particular individuals to put on radio collars. As you might have seen one or two within this herd, they would also choose bulls that they would like to monitor where their movements are. And then they would normally choose within a breeding herd, potentially a matriarch or some of the higher ranked females. And in so doing, then if you can get the location of those individuals, you normally are going to be locating the entire herd at large. So you don't need to then collar all of them. You just choose the particular individuals within the herd. I think we're slowly going to lose visual of them as they now move into the valleys and the deeper bush. As you would expect when it's getting very hot like this, they are in fact going to start seeking shade, and also then nice feeding, so they can cool off and they can continue with the food that they require. A couple of vehicles with us, so guys on day safari, so not staying over at the lodges, but so not necessarily that you always need to stay over at the lodge. You can also come on a day safari if you are passing through, or you don't have enough time, or you would rather stay somewhere else. There is that option as well. So folks are coming in, and then they try to see as much as possible within a few hours. Go for elephants. We did see the lions. It's not going to be a fantastic sighting, but you'll still be able to see them. And then obviously all the general game. Maybe we'll get a report, or we'll even maybe go look a little bit later. And I've just spotted there's a couple of stragglers now that we've lost this breeding herd. I think it might be a couple of bulls that are coming up in the back. And we'll see if they break cover in a minute. And we might be able to see them as well. John D, I think the question is, are they able to plan kills? Climb hills. Okay, sorry. Planning kills. I was going to say elephants don't kill much at all, except things that they stand on, or that they might get really angry with for killing other things. But yes, elephants are excellent hill climbers. They're even excellent mountain climbers. It's like they've got their 4x4 engagement with diff lock. I've seen elephants climbing places that you'll struggle to climb as a human. And going to access different plants on top of different koppies. We've seen them here at the Amakhala Game Reserve as well, climbing on the side of the cliffs of the Bushman's River Basin, where you would think it would not be a place for elephants, but they were very comfortable, in fact going in there and even sleeping on the side of the sort of kloof that runs down into the basin itself. So yeah, to answer your question, absolutely. They can climb hills and more. Mountains, rocks. The only thing I haven't seen them climb is a tree. But no, I see them push them over, but I haven't seen them climb them. But rocks, mountains, hills, absolutely. So here they come. I don't know if these are bulls. It's very often the bulls that sort of hang back from the herd. Yeah, that's the small one in front is a young bull, and so is the second one. So these are two bulls, and also because that big bull is now in the herd and he's fully in must, it might be the reason why these guys are hanging a bit further away from the herd, just to keep out of his way, because he's not only pursuing the females, he will be very aggressive towards any other males that are within the herd itself, because he wants to claim all those girls for himself. And because he's the biggest bull around, if anybody sort of hangs around too much with the herd, or they want to challenge him, they're in trouble. And we've seen that there's a bit of a power play going on here on the Amakhala Game Reserve. There's slightly smaller bulls than that one that is currently with the herd, and they've also been trying to move in on the females, and he's broken off 2 tusks. So one of each of those 2 bulls' tusks is now no longer part of their anatomy. He broke it off, and seemingly in a brawl where he has re-established his dominance and pushed him out, that they shouldn't be challenging him, especially when he's in must or when he's pursuing the females. So it just established his dominance once more, and now they're tuskless on one side. Shame. And it's obviously quite sore. The one was lucky, afstert, that, he's afstert and now he's aftant as well. But at least it broke the tusk outside of the face. So I don't think it hurt him too much. It probably hurt a bit in the base. But the other one, Azika, that one broke further in the face. So a lot more sore. And it's very swollen now. So these two, when they disappear, I think that is the last of this herd. That we might not see them until it cools down a bit. As I say, they're going to disappear here into this thicket. That one stops just for a bit for feeding as they go, as elephants need, being mega herbivores. They are massive animals, getting up to about between 5 and 6 tons. And they need to feed that massive body with protein that is difficult to assimilate. So they need to just constantly feed to fuel them. But they're going to continue on probably just in behind that herd, and they're going to disappear soon, I think. They've already disappeared. You might just see some shaking of the branches as they walk past and grab something to eat. But I think that's just about it. There's one. Just he's back on the top of the thicket. Yeah, and they'll just come in and out of the bushes there as they head up into that valley. So I think we got the best of it here. They were nicely out in the open. But this sighting, as we say, is now starting to die. It's nearly dead. So we'll have to probably start up and go and see what else we can find. I wonder if we go and look at one of the pans and see if any of the animals come down to drink at the water holes. When it's very hot like this, it's always a good idea to go and have a look in at the water holes, because there's lots of animals that would like to come down and quench their thirst. Speaking of quenching their thirst, I wonder if there's any animals quenching their thirst at Tokokoyo.
Ralph, you are looking for me today. First your lions, now your elephants. No, I am so happy you are having such a brilliant day. And we do have animals. Goodness, what's an animal? Animals coming to quench their thirst. But mostly, I mean, they are, of course, hydrating from the nice green grass all around. But no elephants yet, Rolf. If you could send me yours, that would be great. I would not complain one bit. And of course, we are speaking about movies today and animations and, you know, the impactful messages a lot of these documentaries and films can have. But just as a side note, I don't know who of you have seen the film Kumba. It is hilarious. Please, if you have not seen it, even if you just go watch clips of this movie, but there's this particular scene where they've got this huge herd of springbok, and they actually not mock a lot, but I almost want to say represent South Africa a lot, because they've got like this rugby team. Of course, our national rugby team are also the Springboks, and then they have to push this fence down, and this zebra, Kumba, is just like sort of standing there awkwardly. But please do go look it up. It is hilarious in terms of the names they use. It is so South African and so Afrikaans, but also the accents. again, they do, some people may see it as mocking Afrikaans, but I personally thought it was very, very interesting. And again, very educational. A lot of people are not even aware what these animals are, much less that they have such a massive significance to South Africa. Of course, this is Namibia where they are in. And Namibia's national animal is an oryx, which we have not seen in forever. I'm not sure what has happened to them. But these springbok in particular can of course be found in various areas in South Africa itself as well. But not really an animal you would see in Pridelands or in Djuma or a lot of our other locations. They prefer open, dry, barren areas. But of course, when there's green grass around, they are not going to say no, like we can see now. And really such a beautiful antelope. And like the oryx, both male and female have horns. But what's interesting with this species in particular, with them and the oryx, these animals that you'll find in very dry, hot, humid areas, they've got these black and white markings on their faces. Now again, we don't always know why nature was created the way it was. There might be completely different reasons as to how we argue, okay, well, this is what that is for. But for the most part, it makes sense to think that it is for temperature regulation. It sort of helps them not to overheat, especially in the facial areas. And they can actually regulate their body temperature in this way as well. But if need be, they will actually get into the water, drink water, even though they aren't water dependent. They get a lot of moisture right now, specifically from the grass. But often we see them actually getting into the water and just cooling off a little bit as well. What are those guys feeding on? That is very interesting. Just want to have a look, see. What is that? Oh, come on. Can you just focus and carry on with what you were doing? Thank you. Thank you. It seems like they are... I can't see... That's the thing. I can't see if there's elephant dung actually amongst the rocks. So they're either feeding on elephant dung, which of course is another intake of nutrients, or they are just licking the rocks. So if it was dung, it would have been coprophagia, rocks, geophagia, just for extra nutrients, minerals, especially in this area, there's a lot of salt around. And it might help with digestion. Ooh, that could... Seems like you've got a limp, my friend. Alice, you would like to know how sharp are their horns? Well, I can't really give you like an exact answer as to, how sharp. I can, however, tell you if it impales you, you're not going to have the best day of your life. But no, it's fairly sharp. All of these animals, I would say for me personally, the oryx probably has one of the sharpest horns of all the antelope. But even these guys, it seems dainty and small, but it's very sturdy. Remember, they fight each other with those horns. They fight off predators if they need to. So fairly sharp. You can see, however, it is a little bit curved in. And that is actually one of the tools that they use when they are sparring as well. But I would say it's fairly sharp. I mean, even if you look at a buffalo, people tend to think that no, buffaloes can't be dangerous because the horns are pointing inwards and etc, etc. That set of horns on the head itself, whether it's a buffalo, whether it's a springbok, oryx, wildebeest, that is a sturdy set of horns. And it's all keratin, of course. So it really is very strong, very compact. And if they need to, they will definitely defend themselves. So I would say pretty strong. I hope that answers your question, Alice. I really hope so. If it doesn't, let me know. I will try to simplify it a little bit more. Oh, just like when they wag their tails like that.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Look at the baby springbok. He's so tiny. Oh, that is brilliant. If you are just joining us, we are on the beautiful Okokweyo in Namibia. And the antelope and the zebras, they are all just loving this green grass. You can see we've got a springbok lamb as well. Very tiny, dainty little thing. But we have really had an awesome day so far on Escape to Nature. Rolf has had some lions, some elephants in Amakala. Nick, as always, did some birding. He's had a lot of general game. And then in Juma, we've had some baboons. And I've even crossed a new bird off my list, the Abdam stork, which we actually saw here in Okokweyo. Oh, just look at this tiny thing. And of course, springbok. So it really has been a good day, and we've been chatting about movies and animations about animals. So if you're just joining us, let me know what is your favorite animation or film about animals, and perhaps a quote from it. It's very, very interesting how quickly we'll rather listen and relate to animals than we would to humans. And it really, I think personally, it's the case for a lot of films. For me at least. I don't know if you perhaps differ with me, but for me definitely that has always been the case. My mom can tell me something, and then as soon as Rafiki says it, it somehow makes much more sense, and it really is so important to listen to. But when my mom or father has said it, then no, it doesn't count. Oh, you are just so full of life. So the springbok are busy giving birth now. I'm not referring to these ones in particular on screen. That would be wonderful. I just mean during this time now. It is rain season in the lovely Namibia. Oh, you are so tiny. I want to say that is a fairly new lamb. She keeps grooming it, and in terms of coloration as well, I want to say it's much darker, but I could be wrong. But yes, they've gestated for 6 months and they are giving birth. Generally they just give birth to one lamb, but as always, anything in nature is possible. Oh, you are so tiny. I want to see if you've got an umbilical cord. I wonder if it will allow us. Let me try. You can see there's quite a bit of a glare as well. It is a nice and hot day here in Okukuyo. What are you doing, young one? Yes, I definitely want to say this is a very new calf or lamb. You can see it's still very unsure on the legs. However, I would also be very unsure if I had to walk on and amongst these rocks. I'ma walk ahead, Mom. Child, come here. You can't just walk. This is Africa. You have to constantly fear for your life. For there might be a cheetah, a lion, a leopard, all sorts of things around. I think one of the most incredible, however heartbreaking sightings I've had was of a Marshall eagle that went for a brand new Impala lamb. And of course, it couldn't actually pick it up and take off with it again, because even though they weigh almost nothing, they can only carry so much when they have to elevate themselves again. So he literally just grabbed it, and of course the mom got a fright. And he literally was so arrogant, he did not even land too far away from her, and he started devouring this little one. Not a fun sighting. You see, this is why I haven't watched Bambi. Oh, I think I've actually got our next quote from an animation. Now, this is an animation with both humans and animals. It's not strictly animals. So the quote is, you must not let anyone define your limits because of where you come from. Your only limit is your soul. From what animation was this? Let me know what you think. And again, if you need some clues, I'll definitely give you some clues. But that too for me was a very, very interesting and educational film, or animation I should say. Mom, can you just move a little bit? We just want to see your tiny one. Please, asseblief man. Just look at that. Just sort of tells baby, alright, you stay here. Mommy's going to go for some lunch. If anything comes for you, don't open the door to any strangers. Don't talk to anyone. Even if they look like a springbok. Don't do it. Just incredible. And that baby will know. You know, it's always astonished me as well, especially when we had new lion cubs on the reserve. I remember very fondly the one time we went out on safari, and we had a super quiet safari, but my guests were, just super happy and thrilled with anything we saw. And we went back to the lodge, and literally within the last 200 meters from the lodge, I said to them, I would kill to see those cubs, because we'd been tracking the female and all of that, and just couldn't find them. And we came around this one bend just in front of the lodge, and here was Mommy moving her 2 cubs, and it was the most incredible thing to see. But even so, you might know exactly where a female is denning, where she keeps the cubs, but they know exactly If my mom is not here and she's not the one calling me out, I will not come out. Sometimes they're naughty, just like jackal pups and other smaller animals as well. But they know. I mean, you would not know there's not an impala, a springbok lamb in that bush right now off to our right. You would not know it. Had we not seen that tiny one going down, you would never know. And again, just goes to show how amazing animals are. White Mane, good afternoon. So good to hear from you. You are saying you are loving the baby springbok. Ramalama ding dong. I like that. I will be using that from now on. Or ramalam, I guess. Ramalam, a ding dong. In Afrikaans it would be ramalang. But I too love them, and it really just goes to show. I'm wondering how many lambs are actually out here today that we just are not seeing. Specifically now, it's midday, it's hot, it's humid, and the tiny ones do not constantly have to move around and feed, so they can actually just perch in a bush, chill, cool down, wait for mom to finish her shopping spree. It really does look like a painting, doesn't it? It's almost surreal. Let us have a look-see at all of our bird life. Ooh, this blacksmith lapwing is happy about something. Probably just got a promotion or something. Ooh, look at that egret. Just made a kill. See, don't ever say that we don't see kills on Escape to Nature. It happens every single day. So there's a lot of flowers around right now, fruits, berries, new vegetation, which again brings forth a lot of insects. So that will determine bird life and so many other things as well. Well, that was rude. Goodness. I thought you got a promotion. Now you're attacking other birds. Shame. I have no idea where that egret went now. That blacksmith lapwing was not happy with it. Goodness. But perhaps the blacksmith lapwing has some wings. Goodness. Lisa? Some eggs around. And that egret may have gotten too close for comfort. And the lapwing just wanted to establish some ground rules. Oh, we've got one lone zebra. Not too sure why. Very interesting. It seems to have a stompy tail. I think so. Which of course means a stump tail. Piece of it is missing. Why are you alone, my friend? I don't know if this is the best idea for you out here. Ayanda, good afternoon. Thank you for getting in touch with me. You are saying stripes making your day. I agree with you. Or making an appearance, I should say. But it's made my day, I'll be honest. We don't see zebras too often anymore in Okokweyo. So when we do, it's very special. We did see a small group earlier on. But again, you know, it just goes to show how much we take these animals and things and sightings for granted. Because a general sighting in Okokweyo numerous times a day was like various harems of zebras coming to the waterhole and literally blocking the whole one side of the waterhole. Easily 50, 60 zebra together. And nowadays, if we see one zebra, we are feeling very, very lucky. But again, the animals are not restricted anymore. There's probably water pretty much all around. Remember, Okokweyo is in a national park, which is called Etosha. And in this park itself, there's 30 plus waterholes. Some of them are man-made, like Okokweyo, the waterhole itself, and others are natural waterholes. Very odd, this zebra. But please do send me your answers for what you think the quote was from. You must not let anyone define your limits because of where you come from. Your only limit is your soul. What movie that's got animals in it is that from? It is an animation. And if you're perhaps just joining us now and thinking, oh my goodness, this woman has really lost the plot now. What is she talking about? The plot. See what I did there? Oh, there's another zebra. But no, I just realized yesterday that, looking at these animals, whether it's zebras or egrets or birds, whatever we are looking at, I literally become a child. And I'm sure all of you have been able to tell this. But I really get super excited to watch all of this. And I thought, well, I wonder how many movies get us excited, that involve animals or perhaps an actual animation. Many of you said Gorillas in the Mist. Free Willy was also there. Various films. And it's interesting how impactful a message can be when it comes from an animal that can apparently talk. But at the end of the day, you know, we have to be their voices. And I think that's what a lot of these companies and filmmakers do so brilliantly, is they sort of convey a message. And remember, if you as a human being say something to another human being, it's not as impactful as it would have been by means of doing something else, or perhaps a song, or a poem, or in this case, a movie. One of my other favorites is, of course, Madagascar and the sequels. Super interesting. You know, just how a lot of the times we use animals to represent friendship and to represent survival. Not just survival in the bush, but actual survival in life. You need people to rely on to actually make it out there. And sometimes you are going to kick and bite each other like these zebras. But for the most part, if a lion or something is going to come, you are definitely going to warn your friend. I don't think you'll try and defend them, because then of course you put yourself at risk, but there's definitely so much we can relate with when it comes to animals. Whew. I'm actually trying to block out these cicadas, but they are so loud that that wasn't very spot on. But that noise you hear in the background, those are of course the cicadas, sun beetles, stridulating and rubbing their body parts, whether it's their wings or their legs, together so they can actually communicate with one another. Ooh, are you coming straight to the water? You're my kind of zebra. And we've got another zebra. And apparently we've got an answer. Lisa's fan club, you are saying that is from Ratatouille. Yes! I don't know who of you have seen that film. I find it super fascinating and adorable that this rat, you know, something we immediately think of as super unhygienic and just a pest and annoying little thing, is actually a brilliant chef, has so much passion that it just wants to share with the world. And I'm not necessarily saying that is the case for all rats, that they all have this ambition to become a chef and to want to control a human. But just like everything else, these zebras, the little grebe, the springbok, the herons, the egrets, everything, that animal has the same importance as something as massively impressive as an elephant or a lion. And we really should start to, you know, consider all life in general, whether it's a creepy crawly, a snake. I know all of those things can be terrifying. Believe me, I live with someone that thinks everything is terrifying when it comes to those creepy crawlies and everything. But I've really had to take a long time and a lot of effort and a lot of speeches to actually get it through my better half skull that all lives matter. Zebras, springbok, cicadas, plovers, lapwings. We don't always have to like them, but we do have to respect and appreciate all of them. Leanne Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your question. You are saying zebras are always so calm. Is this their nature? Yes and no. I mean, anything is dangerous and irritated when it's provoked or, of course, threatened. But zebras, for the most part, yes, they are pretty chilled animals. But if you are not a sensitive viewer, definitely go research some footage of zebras fighting. Sometimes the stallions can be very, very vicious, and they'll try to kill, goodness, some of the foals. So for the most part, they are pretty chilled out, yes, but just like any other animal, they can be aggressive if they need to be. Ooh, this lady is very pregnant. Coming to the water. Oh, you're gonna have a baby. If you can't tell, I love zebra babies. They are absolutely adorable. And of course, nothing short of impressive, having seen that the female has actually carried them for just over a year. Just checking to see if it's safe. I think it's rather funny that they let the pregnant lady go first and then then go to see the water themselves. Sorry, I just quickly want to have a look around. But I think they might just be listening to the actual people at camp behind us. What is the fuss about?
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
quickly want to have a look at our tree on Lakewood. Because I've seen the European bee-eaters quite a few times photobombing. Just flying past us. But I'm not too sure where they are perching. Not in this tree. But I do see our other storks are still around at Gowrie Dam. So let us head on over to Djuma so we can see what's happening there. Beautiful. So of course, Egyptian goose, the two big birds that look like they are standing guard for something. Those are saddle-billed storks. So also related to what we just had in Okukuyo, the Abdam stork, as well as yellow-billed stork that we often see in Djuma, woolly-necked stork. They are just looking for some water creatures. I don't want to say just fish, because they really do eat anything that is about in the water. And then, of course, that little guy in between them. That is a terrapin, which is basically a freshwater turtle. Chilling it out. Of course, catching some sun. He is ectothermic, so he does rely on outer resources to heat him up. And the black and white birds, just like we've been seeing the whole day. Those are the blacksmith lapwings. Josh, you are saying, look at those legs. I know, right? And that is a lady. Very, very beautiful. This is what I love about birds, you know. In some species, they the males are exquisite and the females are very dull. But with something like the saddle-billed stork, both male and females really are beautiful. It's just really with regards to the eye coloration. The females have that very animated yellow eyes. Just looks like it's been stuck on there. And the males have sort of like a more reddish brown eye. I actually have our next quote for us. And it's a film about birds. But this is not really like an inspirational quote or something. But one of the quotes from that movie is, "I don't want apologies. I want glitter. I've actually forgotten about that line. What movie is that from? I don't want apologies. I want glitter. Speaking of standing pretty. They have literally been standing like this for a good hour, hour and a half. They have not yet caught something that I have seen. Time to rest. Claire, this feels like a trick question. Do all birds lay eggs? Yes. I'm just trying to, I'm literally going through all of the birds in my head now. Yes, to my knowledge. If this feels like a trick question, yes. I should with confidence just say yes, but it feels like a trick question, yes. They do. And of course, you know, all of them have different nesting sites and ways that they nest. Sometimes it's just a male that incubates. Sometimes it's both male and female. Sometimes it's just the female. Some birds, like an African jacana, the female will actually do a thing with the male, lay the eggs and take off. And he has to rear the eggs. Well, not the eggs, the youngsters. But also a beautiful bird in Africa, the African jacana. If you are not familiar with them, do go research them. Look them up. They are absolutely exquisite. Just want to have a look-see around. Nina, you are saying those feathers are absolutely exquisite. Thank you. I had my daily shower today. That's why I'm kidding. Yes, the saddle-billed stork is really an impressive bird. Not just due to the bill, those beautiful colors, but also the black and white feathers is really, it's definitely one of my favorite birds to photograph. I've got quite a few photographs of them from my former glory days of guiding. And by far one of my favorite birds. But you know who has been very quiet? The woodlands kingfishers. I've not yet seen them. I've not yet really heard them all that much today. Come on, birds. Catch a fish. There we go. There we go. Do you see? Come on, go for it. You see, this is why I would not survive or even thrive as a bird. Imagine that patience. I don't think I've got a percentage of that patience. The one on the right is just taking it easy, having a bit of a rest. And you can see trying to cool off with an open bill. The other one seems like it's looking for... No, never mind. Demotivated. You see, this would not work for me. I think I would be a leopard or something like that. Or even an eagle, you know, if I had to be a bird. An eagle that I can just ambush something from the air. It seems like the wind is definitely deterring a lot of the animals today. Animals. Okay, well, I'm going to do a few calls Perhaps do the roar of a lion, try and intimidate the animals. No, I'm kidding. That's not going to work. I'll keep monitoring our beautiful water holes, see if any of the animals come around. But for now, I'm going to send you to Nick in Kariga.
Okay, we're still here close to Scotia Dam. And it's been lovely to just watch the comings and the goings of all of the different species. Big herd of impalas made their way down here now. You can see there's a mix of mature males, a few young males, a few females. The wind is still blowing relatively hard. Nothing too substantial, but just enough to keep them wary. They're a little bit jumpy every now and then. You can see in terms of the water and the bottom of the frame, not a whole lot of activity from the birds. There's just one yellow-billed duck who hasn't read the script, and he's in the middle of the water. But everybody else is kind of headed to the sides, which is quite normal for when it does get a little bit windier. So these impalas most likely did head off to do a little bit of feeding this morning, potentially been resting up in some of the shade. Remember, surrounding Scotia Dam there are lots of drainage lines and thickets and things like that where they can find themselves some good solid patches of shade. Getting tongue twisted there. And in terms of our midday visitors from the animals, our first real big group of animals coming down midday today. D, that's a good question. Development of the horns, they'll be fully developed by the time they get to around 5 or 6 years. In terms of body size, a similar age in terms of the full development. So by the time they get to sort of 6 years of age, those horns will be well developed. Obviously, massive changes from the age of sort of 6 months all the way through to about, I'd say, 2.5, 3 years. Some of your biggest changes will come there. And then, yeah, being fully developed by the time they get to sort of 6 years, 7 years. But that's a good question. Thanks, D. And in terms of the development of the size of the youngsters, remember the common sort of window in terms of when impalas drop their youngsters has kind of just come and gone, usually in about November. And you'd be amazed that when we come back and have a look at this herd sort of next November, how a lot of the youngsters will be almost a similar size to the adults. They really grow at a rapid rate of knots, like weeds, as they would say. You can see we've got a zebra starting to make its way through. Little foal scattering the impala. You can see in terms of photography, a little bit
we've got a wildebeest. Look at him. Isn't he just beautiful? Apologies about that. We'll try to get Nick back. But for now, let us watch this beautiful wildebeest.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Now you're probably wondering, Lisa, why is it so green? And then why are there so many rocks? And then why do we have the sandy patch? Do not fret, I will answer all of those. So of course it's being very green right now due to the rainfall. The rocks are calcrete rocks due to all of the salts and minerals in this area. And this sandy patch is what we call a marking post or marking patch, if you will. Something specifically like a wildebeest will often lie down, roll around, rub their faces in it so they can actually give off their scents. They are rather cheeky animals if you think about it. Because a male wildebeest, you know, he doesn't actually go out, put himself on a dating app, put himself out there. He just sort of rubs his face in the soil, gives off his scent, and then he will lie there like a sphinx or something and wait for the animals to, or the ladies to come to him and decide if they like his cologne or not. I guess it does probably save him time and energy, but I mean really, the cheek. Ooh, another zebra. Now, these are two species we often see together, zebras and wildebeest, and there are a lot of hypotheses around why. Some people say the wildebeest... Did you guys see that jiggy jiggy he did there? He did like the two-step. Some people say the wildebeest have better eyes and the zebras have better hearing, so they help one another out. But the real reason that would make a lot of sense is the fact that wildebeests are selective grazers and zebras are bulk grazers. So if that doesn't make any sense, basically what it comes down to is the zebras are the lawn mowers for the wildebeests. They will just really eat any grass, and then the wildebeest just go afterward and they say, "Thanks, buddy. Good job on mowing the lawn." And earlier on, Nick spoke about the collective noun for wildebeest, which is, of course, a confusion. I myself have had rather funny sightings of wildebeests. But speaking of sightings I've had, today has been a brilliant day overall on Escape to Nature. We have had some beautiful elephants and lions in Amakala with Rolf. We've had some general game and a lot of beautiful birds with Nick and Kariga. And then in Juma we have had some naughty and very, very active baboons. And here in the lovely Okokoyo in Namibia, where we are now, we have had some springbok, even a baby springbok, zebras, one wildebeest, and I have seen my first Abdom stork ever. So it's been a good day. We've also been chatting about movies about animals that have important life lessons in them, whether it's animations. So let me know, what has been your favorite today? What else are you looking forward to today? What else would you like to see or learn about? Oh, I would like to see that zebra give birth. Do it. Come to the water. You can have a water birth. We'll help you. We will assist you through the whole thing. So our stork is still actually around. It's just to the left of the zebra. That big black bird, that is the Abdom stork. And they feed on insects, all sorts of creepy crawlies that they can of course get their beak on or their bill on. So if you are wondering if these are two different zebras, never mind. Time for tantrums. Just want to make sure, but I think it's most probably just the people at camp that may have made a noise or something, some movement that gave the animals a bit of a scare. How I long for the days that we look to the side and we have a rhino or a herd of elephants approaching. But I definitely know that one of these days it will be so again. Hopefully. Just beautiful. All of these animals enjoying the new life in terms of vegetation. Lovely. Anyway, for now I'm going to send you to Nick so we can see what he's up to in Kariga.
And welcome back to Kariga. Still here by Scotia Dam. It's been so nice just to see the movements of the animals. Got a lovely herd of zebra that's come down. Impala kind of taking it easy in the background there. Yeah, little foal not venturing too far away from mom there. So remember, with the wind picking up a little bit, just for a bit of comfort, that little foal will be having a lot of body contact with mom. It's been so interesting to see how nobody's really come into the shade here closer to Scotia Dam itself. They've been happy to stay in the sun. Talking about animals being in the sun, let's take you back to Lisa at Okukuyo.
Thank you, Nick. Not much has changed. The zebras are slowly taking off. The wildebeest is still enjoying that green grass, and I'm still loving this scene. It really just is like something out of a fairy tale. But remember, as we are watching these beautiful animals, including my fluffy bums here off to the left, the Egyptian goslings. All of this is live in all of our locations, so we are live. So please do send us any questions, any comments you may have on what we are experiencing in that moment, or just in general, what you would like to know about wildlife. If you have a question about cheetahs or lions, it doesn't just have to be about the animals that we see. We would definitely love to answer your questions and have a chat with you. So please do let us know. At the end of the day, remember, this is your safari. We are just lucky to be joining you, in fact. Quite the regurgitation going on here. Now I have to say, just within, this past 2 weeks, these animals have really gained a lot of condition. You can see this springbok. If you could not see the obvious genitalia, you could mistake it for a female. But it is a male, and he is just nice and plumpy. because he has got a lot of green grass, of course, all around him, but they do in fact, of course, always, also, not always, also have the ability to regurgitate their food, just like a lot of other antelope that we see in various of our locations. Oi, chew with your mouth closed. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Mandy, you would like to know if springbok are the only animals that can stay in dry places. No, not at all. If you look at this area in particular, and I know right now we wouldn't refer to it as a dry place, but for the most part of the year, this place does not have a lot of green grass. It's actually very dry and barren and just actually very gloomy if you think about it. It almost looks like the moon. But no, in this area in specific, we have lions, leopards, cheetahs, elephants, rhinos. So no, remember, animals can acclimate and adapt very, very quickly if they need to. When animals are born, they don't unfortunately get asked, where would you like to stay? For if they did, I would personally, if I was an animal, I would say Djuma. Djuma has got like the best mix of everything. Water, grass, trees, lushness, dryness, a bit of everything. Whereas Ukokoyo, as I say right now, it's rain season. That is why it's so beautiful and green here. But no, for the most part, animals like your springbok, your oryx, eland, they really can, for the most part, thrive in areas like this. Your bat-eared fox, your jackals. But as I say, in this particular park, Etosha, we do have a lot of other animals as well that if you think about it, again, you would think, ugh, as an animal, I would not want to live there. But they do. They acclimate, they adapt, they survive, they thrive. So again, just goes to show how incredible and resilient animals are. I don't know if anyone has told you, Mom, but springbok do not feed on Egypt. Oh, goodness. Ooh! And that is what happens when you get too close to an Egyptian goose's chicks. Shame that poor springbok has no idea what just happened. It wasn't trying to harm the geese. It just wanted to have a sip of water and apparently got too close for the parents' liking. And that is what they do, you know. They will protect their young, does not matter what. I've even seen them fighting with elephants or chasing elephants away from the little ones. It's always so interesting to see these interactions between animals. Even if they don't feed on each other, there's children involved, so then it becomes way more serious. Shame that one springbok is probably still wondering what just happened. I literally just wanted to quench my thirst and got attacked by a crazy bird, an angry bird.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
just so peaceful just to watch these animals, watch the birds, how all of them interact, listen to all of the insects. It really is my favorite thing about the summertime. Well, in general, about Mother Nature. You can literally just sit and observe and listen and take it all in. Actually, I just want to stick with this one impala with a tail up. It either urgently needs the loo or there's a little bit of discomfort, which might lead to that other thing we want to see live. I'm not going to say it out loud, out loud, but that other thing. But again, it might just be constipated. Sandy, you are saying these springbok have been such a treat. I agree, especially with the green grass, and we can literally see how they are enjoying it. And just appreciating, the rainfall that has come. I don't think they fully even, think about those things that, oh, it's rained, thank you, Mother Nature. I think they most probably just think, woohoo, we've got sweeties. Sorry, Springbok, did you hear me? Impossible. You can't hear me. Thank goodness for that. Rennie, you would like to know what would I say is my, not my favorite, my spirit animal. Right now, a giraffe. Giraffes are such hippies. They are so chilled. And this scene is just making me super chilled and relaxed. I always say giraffes seem like they're on a trip or something. But no. I would say, of course, the cliche, an elephant. I definitely relate with elephants. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I got to work with them so closely. But also, ever since I was a little tiny tot running around annoying my father, I've always just loved elephants, going on safari, going to the Sabi Sand from a very, very young age. Elephants have always been the animals. But for me personally, it's just, I just relate to them so, so much, and they have, for me personally, don't get me wrong, I love any animal sighting. As you've heard, I can watch impalas for hours, I can watch springbok for hours, lions, but with elephants, I can literally watch them non-stop because there's always something going on with them. There's so many different dynamics just within one herd. There's tantrums from the little ones, there's tantrums from the adults. Let's be honest, as adults, I don't care if you are 60 or 16 or 6 years old, we all have a day where we just throw a little bit of a tantrum. And it's the same with elephants, there are these emotional creatures. And again, I'm not, saying that we should say that animals are intelligent or emotional, or we can only understand and really interpret so much. But for me personally, because I worked with them up close as well, I remember this one elephant. I actually, the lodge that I worked previously, I worked at that lodge before going to the States as well. And this elephant remembered me. So I was in the United States for over a year long, and then I was still away from that lodge for I think another 4 months. But when I returned, that elephant remembered me and immediately greeted me and did what he always did. So definitely an elephant. I hope. I think. They're of course very majestic creatures, so I don't want to, compare myself to this wonderful being. But yes, I do relate to them a lot. Alrighty, I'm going to, for now, however, continue to be a giraffe and just absolutely take all of this in. Stay super chilled. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you to our jokester, Nick, who is in Kariga.
And welcome back to Kariga, the land of the jokester apparently. Lisa, I'm not too sure who you're talking about there, huh? But a nice little tender moment that we've got here between mom and little youngster. So the rest of the dazzle is kind of just on the side. We've got 2 on the left hand side and another 2 zebras on the right hand side. And looking at that positioning, it looks like the little foal's almost managing to get a little bit of shade from mom. Remember now, it must be what, sort of 2 o'clock or so. So the sun has really shifted in position quite a bit. And mom is starting to cast a shadow on that little foal. So she's obviously facing towards the east. But all of our geographers out there definitely knew that. Nancy, I agree 100%. Lovely moment here. It is, it's picture perfect. It's a lovely little moment. Quite a nice eye level shot that we've got going here as well. And we must be positioned, what is this, sort of 60 meters off or so. So everybody's nice and comfortable. Or not. Looks like they're heading off towards those other 2 that we talked about earlier. You can see that little foal's really asking for some attention there. And a little bit of bonding going on between these two here. So I'm not too sure if you can make out in the picture. They're a little bit of a further distance off compared to the initial two that we were looking at. So now I've zoomed all the way into 400 mils, and I don't know if you can see right in the back kind of the shimmering of the heat that we've got. It is definitely very warm today. We always knew it was going to be a hot one. We've kind of said that the whole day. So Okukuyo is definitely a place that I'd love to get to. A lot of those places, sort of in Namibia, even think of like Etosha, places like that. I'd love to try and get pictures of, I don't know, to try and really capture the heat of that area in a photograph, to get the shimmering rays of heat in the background. I don't know, I feel like it's easier said than done. Yeah, there's some stunning pictures that I've seen coming out of areas like Okukuyo, out of Etosha, of people who've got big lenses, 600mm, 800mm lenses, and when you zoom in all the way with that, it's something like a setting sun. Makes your sun seem so much bigger, seem so much larger than what it is in real life, almost like a bit of an optical illusion. And you get something like a quintessential giraffe or an elephant walking past with that sun in the background, kicking up a bit of dust as they go. And you've created an absolutely killer shot. Maybe just gonna position to the side a bit here. We've now managed to get a view of this little youngster. We did have a view. There we go, back again. You're small when you can kind of oscillate from one side of mom's head to the other. You look at how that little foal is moving its head from one side to the other, and it's bowing its head down and coming up. Kind of reminds me of, and you see a lot of boxers and things like that training for a boxing match, how their coach will put some pegs and things in a line, or even a string of rope, and they've got to go down, bend their knees, come up on the other side, jab to the one side, go down, jab to the other side. Yes, the zebra foal isn't jabbing, but that little movement that he was doing made me think of that. Blesbok moving far in the distance there, to the left-hand side of the frame. Yeah, he's going to come running in here again. Rob, this is just a little bit of bonding that's going on between them. This is mom and little youngster, mom and foal. So this is just a bit of bonding. I think that youngster is just really getting a bit of benefit in terms of some shade from mom. But this is purely a bit of bonding, and in terms of the heat that we've got now, they're not actively moving around and doing too much feeding because it is hot. So that predominantly white color that they've got is helping to reflect the hot rays of the sun. So they're kind of very happy to be standing out in the open here. They're going to be doing a little bit of sweating as well to keep cool. And everybody's got a very similar idea. There's some Blesbok that are lying down resting, Everybody's going off. And you can just see here we've got the heads of some eland sticking out here. So there is a little bit of a dip obviously where they are, and that's why we can't see their bodies. I think they are more than likely lying down. Remember, there is a breeze pushing across this open plain here, so possibly they might be just catching that nasty there as well. But I think with these temperatures that we've got, it really makes sense for a lot of these animals to be taking it easy. You know, to be moving around now when it's very hot just doesn't make sense. You know, they've got the whole afternoon to move around and do a little bit of feeding if they need to. Remember, for these eland, they can even ruminate while they're lying down and sitting there. So kill two birds with one stone, whereas for the zebras, they don't have that four-chambered stomach system. They're a hindgut fermenter. They've got one big stomach. So it's not like they're able to digest any nutrients and things right now unless they're actively feeding. There's a secretary bird running far in the distance, a few hundred meters down there, with its wings spread out to the side, and this is what this eland are having a look at. Elijah, I would say they're most likely going to prefer feeding on wet grass. If you think of the nice grasses that are growing right on the peripheries of Scotia Dam, lots and lots of nutrients there. I feel like water and moisture go hand in hand with the grasses being nice and nutritious. So I would say they're more than likely going to go for the wetter grasses if they can choose. However, they can't be that picky. You need to bear in mind that in our winter months, June, July, August, September, that they may not always be able to find some nice, juicy, wet grasses. Everything's really losing a lot of that moisture, is drying up. And for an animal of their size, I don't think they can afford to be too picky. So maybe they won't be able to find all of those wet grasses that we're talking about. But if they can, I don't think that they would say no to that. Remember, eland are also classified as what we would call mixed feeders. So they definitely can feed on those grasses, but they'll be able to browse as well. So in the winter months, if there aren't any really great grasses to be feeding on, they can eat a few leaves, they can eat some flowers, they can potentially even eat one or two fruits. So they're definitely very adaptable. Yeah, all the animals have got their little nuances, their little tricks that they've got up their sleeves. And I feel like being a mixed feeder is a really good one. You know, something like your wildebeest, they're only grazers, they're only eating grass. You know, that definitely restricts you a lot in terms of acquiring all of those nutrients that you really do need. You know, it's just a theory, but I wonder if wildebeest were mixed feeders, if they could feed on leaves and flowers and fruits and things, if the Great Migration wouldn't happen at all in East Africa. Remember, it really is dominated by sort of open grasslands, but I wonder if they were able to feed on different things, if there wouldn't be that need to migrate all year round. Maybe it would definitely be an easier lifestyle for them, but I feel like for wildlife lovers, it's a spectacle of nature. be quite disappointing if it didn't take place. So if we take a look at this scene of what we've got here, obviously we've got our blesbok. Look at the difference in colors between that lovely green vegetation and the surrounding grasses. So bear in mind we're still in our summer season, and look at the difference in color of the surrounding grasses compared to that green bush. I can't see from this distance what it is, but it could even be something like needle bush. So already you can imagine the needle bush holding a whole lot more water, and for something like those eland, which are mixed feeders, how that'll become crucial in winter. You know, these grasses will dry out even more, and how it's a good trick to have up their sleeve. You know, you've then really got to feel a little bit sorry for something like a buffalo in the very, very dry years, and years especially of drought. Remember, for them, they're strictly grazers, and they're bulk grazers. They're eating a lot of grass. They like those really nice long grasses. You know, think of your guinea grass, think of your red grass, your spear grass. And in years of drought, how it can be so difficult for something like a buffalo, because they can't oscillate to feeding on leaves and bushes and plants and things like that. And often buffalo will be one of those first few animals to start to be severely affected in years of drought. Obviously, drought is a shortage of water, and buffalo are also very dependent upon water. So life can become very tough for them. We've got plenty of other antelope and even ostrich that have all kind of settled down and that are resting here. Mason, that's a good question. What do I think is the most interesting thing about animals? I think how they're all different and very adaptable, but at the same time they fill very important niches. You know, everybody does their own thing in their own way as a species, but collectively they all come together and form this incredible almost, if you want to call it, one whole moving organism. You know, if you look at something just like a carcass, let's say a elephant has died from natural causes. Okay, maybe two bulls have got into a fight. The one bull punctured the lung of the other bull, and he succumbed to his wounds. Think about how big a big male elephant is. That's 6 tons. And at the end of it, there'll pretty much be nothing left. Maybe the skull of an elephant will be left. But if you look at other carcasses, even smaller skulls will get eaten. But let's just stick with an elephant for argument's sake. Hyenas will come in and scavenge a bit. Maybe lions will then come in and they'll eat a majority of meat. Then the hyenas will come in. Then you get the vultures that come in. Then the jackals. There's a whole succession of species that come through.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
And if you have just managed to join us, I'm so happy that you could be here. So at the moment we're here at Kariega, just on the outskirts of Scotia Dam. Got some hot temperatures, and as you can see, everybody's really settling down and taking it easy. Got wildebeest, we've got blesbok, we've got ostrich. We did have some. And if you've got any questions photographically, ask away. I may be the photographic naturalist, but I definitely don't know everything. So if you've got a question that's going to stump me, I will let you know, but I hope it doesn't. Yeah, I think in terms of some of my favorite things about nature as well, is that you never know what you're going to find. You know, you can work in one area for years and you will never see the same thing happening twice in the same place at the same time of day. There's always something different. And I think it's also amazing to be able to watch the development of youngsters. You know, whether it's a zebra foal or an ostrich chick or a leopard cub or a lion cub. It's amazing to watch those changes and development phases of a youngster. You know, of a little zebra foal gaining confidence and running around and slowly moving a little bit further away from mom each time. Marjorie, 100%, they are. Eland are definitely large and in charge. Just short of a ton, around 900 kilos. They are big. Big, big, big animals. Now, it's definitely amazing watching how different species go about growing up. You look at little elephants. They go through that cheeky phase of where they think they're big, they think they're scary when they're still very young. They're just a few months, and they will charge at you in the vehicle with their ears straight out to the side, trumpeting as they go. Trunk going all over the place, flapping all over the place. Then they kind of get too close to the car and somebody moves and they run back to mom. Then, I mean, you look at something like a lion, a pride of lions with some youngsters, how when mom is starting to take those youngsters out hunting, so they've watched and they've kind of learnt from her when to maybe sit down and wait, when to go, how to use cover. And it gets to that phase when they're actively getting involved in the hunt, but they have no experience, so they're really quite useless at hunting. And when they should be sitting down, they don't. And you really feel for mom, you know, because it's not like even when she was hunting by herself without those youngsters or teaching those youngsters. It's hard for something like a lion to catch something, you know. Success rates are probably closer to about 40%. Then you've got a few youngsters who think they're the best planets to be put on the best hunters that have been put on the planet. Maybe the success rate goes from 40% all the way down to 20%. But those are those learning curves that they've got to go through. Unfortunately, that is the path that they have to take. So from species to species, it's all very different, but it's lovely to be able to have this little window to peek into nature and see how everything unfolds. Abigail, that's a good question. There is an antelope called a Sitatunga, which you will find in the Okavango Delta. It's obviously the Delta in the northern reaches. It's very, very much dominated by water. And if you have a look at the hoof structure of the Sitatunga, it's kind of splayed out to help it move through those very aquatic and marshy, watery areas, just to give it a bit of extra traction. So in terms of moving on dry ground like this, it wouldn't be very well adapted. It would probably struggle quite a lot. So a Sitatunga is going to, I would say, probably be the most water-dependent species that I can think of. Red Lechwe will be something similar, but I would say your Sitatunga is more water dependent. And that'll be one of the rarities that you can look for when you do go to the Okavango Delta, as it should be on everybody's wish list. Not an easy antelope to see, not an easy buck to see. Quite a shy, elusive animal. There's often tall stands of reeds and things like that. So there's lots of cover for it to hide. The secretary birds that I was talking about earlier, just see them down there having their little run around race. The blesbok are looking at them like they're absolutely cooked in the head. Gallivanting all over the place. Little heads bobbing all over the place. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see going in towards our sunset safari what sort of time all of these animals start to get up, start to move around and do a bit of active feeding. You'd expect them more than likely to head down to the closest waterhole, which would be Scotia Dam. But there's always surprises in nature, you know, like we were saying, nothing happens twice. And for almost the whole day, we've just been here by Scotia Dam, and it really looked like it was going to be an absolute stinker of a day, and it has been very warm. But I have been quite surprised at the same time of how we have had a steady flow of animals coming down to the water, but not nearly as many as I thought that we would have. Haven't had hordes of blesbok coming down. I mean, they've all been here kind of just on the eastern side of the dam. Haven't had any rhinos moving through. It's definitely not to say that this is the only waterhole in the area. There are plenty of other ones. But within the general area of where we are, this big open clearing here, this is a really good one. Just goes to show that there's always surprises in nature. Sam, I'm glad you've enjoyed the day. It's definitely been an absolute cracker. And it is amazing to just spend time in nature, slow down, relax, and see what happens. Our secretary bird has made an appearance again. See, it's got its mouth open there. It's definitely feeling the heat as well. But while he marches off and our blesbok are still taking it easy here, I think we're going to take you across to Okukuyo and see how the heat is doing that side of the world there, how the animals are handling the heat.
Thank you, Nick. Well, as you can see, this baby springbok is not handling the heat very well. He literally tried to get into that shrub now just to get some shade. It was nursing, and then it went to that shrub. And but as I say, I think this is the baby springbok we saw earlier on. I definitely think it is very fresh, like from today, earlier today. Quickly want to have a look around because we also did have some zebras with a foal, but not as Nunu as the springbok. But I mean, cute is cute, let's be honest. Whether you are a couple of months older, if you are a baby animal, you have definitely made it in life, according to Lisa. Whew! Sorry, don't know what happened there. Perhaps the zebra felt insulted. I don't know, maybe I said something wrong. We've got one of our awesome Zoomies helping us out on the dam cam again. We just got a report from Cedric himself that the baboons have been going crazy. So just having a look around to see if we can spot them. Of course, it's difficult, and we know they were around from earlier today. But if they are throwing tantrums for the most part, it means that there might be something around. So you never know. We'll keep an eye on this area. Apparently the baboons did not sound too close, but we'll definitely keep an eye open. Alright, I would like to go back to Okokoyo because I want to show you that Nunu zebra. Okay, I lied. If you know me at all, you would know that I consider a Nunu anything from like fresh up to 1 month old. No, but of course this is adorable. I guess this foal would probably be like 2 months old already. But nonetheless, super cute, and I myself have not seen a zebra foal in Okokoyo for quite some time. So, absolutely adorable. It looks so confused. You should go make friends with a springbok baby. Oh, man. You're just so tiny. Karen, good afternoon. You would like to know, where did all of the white rocks come from? Well, it depends on, those rocks are coming from that zebra, But no, it depends on, what you believe with regards to prehistoric times and all of that. But basic answer, Okokoyo is the largest salt lake in Africa. So of course, geologists believe that years and years and years ago, all of this used to be a massive salt lake. And then with the breakdown of the earth, or the, you know what I mean, not the complete planet Earth, but the earth, the soil and the rocks and the mountains and the hills and everything. This was the debris from it, just like we see in various other areas and regions with your red oxidized sandstone. We see it a lot in Madikwe as well as some areas in Juma. We'll see a lot of red oxidized sandstone. So that is also metamorphic rock that has broken down over time. But in short, to answer you, this is due to the salt lake that we have here in the beautiful Namibia, which is also why they are white. A lot of minerals, a lot of salt in them, which is helping the animals a lot. I often refer to this, but I don't know how animals would want to live here. Right now it looks beautiful, yes. But a couple of weeks ago, this literally looks like the moon. It is very, very dull, very gloomy. So that is the answer, I hope, to your question, Karen. If you would like me to go more into it, I definitely will. Oh man, it's just so peaceful. All of the animals coexisting, doing their thing. So for those of you that are not aware, of course, we are currently busy with a back to school, where for the first hour of our sunset safaris, we actually interact with schools from all over, have the kiddies ask the naturalist questions, and it really has been super interesting. For myself even, I'm sure for all of you as well. But remember, we'll be hosting a special fireside chat for the explorers only, and this will be happening on the 28th of January, so not tomorrow, the day after. And that will take place at 8 p.m. Central African time. And please, we invite all the parents who would like to understand how you can help your kids fall in love with nature to join James and Cedric as they reflect on the great questions, the sightings that we were able to have. And yes, please, if your kids are still awake, definitely do bring them along. I think I should perhaps chat to my sister and tell her that my niece should definitely join for that. Generally, bedtime is 8 o'clock, but on weekends it might be different, so hopefully she'll join for that as well. Remember, that's the 28th, 8 p.m. Central African time.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So I don't know about all of you and what your plans are for the weekend. Of course, it's only Thursday now. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. I'm just preparing myself. But I know what I'm definitely doing this weekend is catching up with some all-time favorites, animations like Lion King, Shark Tale, all of the animations with animals in them, but definitely also want to have a look again or watch Free Willy again, and then definitely want to watch Gorillas in the Mist. And I think I'm just going to catch up with all of that, because there really are so many brilliant movies, animations, documentaries out there, and definitely super educational, all of them. So if you can, and if you have time, why don't you watch an all-time favorite? I know, we tend to watch rom-coms and action movies and all of that, but I think every now and again we should just take some time to watch a documentary or watch perhaps even an animation. You cannot fathom how educational an animation can be, which is of course why they are so successful. So I hope all of you join me this weekend in doing that. Danielle, you are saying it has been an awesome escape to nature. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you, as always, for your questions, your comments, for participating in the movie talk today, and the quotes and all of that. It really has been a lot of fun. For those of you that didn't get the last one, I completely forgot about it. I apologize. The one that said, I don't want apologies, I want glitter. So that is from Rio 2, the movie, the animation. But again, some people are into animations, others are not. But I do want to share a beautiful quote from the legend himself, David Attenborough, with all of you. So, David says, people must feel that the natural world is important and valuable, and beautiful and wonderful, and an amazement and a pleasure. I actually want to read it again. People must feel that the natural world is important and valuable, and beautiful and wonderful, and an amazement and a pleasure. And I know that seems like such a simple quote, and that sounds like something anyone would say, but if you really analyze that quote in itself from the wildlife enthusiast himself, it really boils down to, we must always feel that the natural world, including your garden, your backyard, the forest, the park, anywhere you might find yourself, is an amazing and an awesome place to be. And that is, again, if you are not into it, I encourage you this weekend, just take some time, watch an animation, even if it's just Lion King, or watch one episode of a documentary of David Attenborough or anything about wildlife. And I promise you, you will become so intrigued with it. If you don't, I'll give you your money back. No, I'm kidding. There's no refunds here. But just try it. Because he really is not wrong when he says that. We must feel that the natural world is just important and valuable and amazing and wonderful, because it really is. It's beyond our imagination. So I encourage all of you, take this weekend, watch a documentary or an animation. If you have kids, even more so, see what you learn from the film and see what they take from it. It's going to be two completely different things, but I definitely urge you to do that. But as always, thank you so much for talking a lot of nonsense with me today, as well as with Rolf and with Nick. It really has been awesome spending this time with you today, as always. And I hope everyone has a beautiful Thursday, and I hope you take time to watch an animation or educate yourself a little bit about animals. Definitely do so in joining us for Penguin Beach straight after Escape to Nature, and then of course this afternoon for Sunset Safari. We will definitely be doing back to school again for the first hour, and I'm very, very excited to see what the questions today will be from the kiddies. But honestly, thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for your questions, your time, your interest, and above all, your love and passion that you share with us for wildlife. It really has been another amazing day, and it just keeps getting better every single day. Oh, you see, we've got more zebras. But I hope everyone has an awesome Thursday. Alex will be with you again tomorrow. And of course, I will stick around for Sunset Safari. But from myself, from Ralph, from Nick, thank you all so, so much for being wildlife enthusiasts and for sharing your passion with us. Have a beautiful Thursday, and I will see you again soon.